Hello, wonderful people of the internet. Welcome back to another episode of Simuleos. It's been, I don't know, like 24 hours since my last stream. Boolean S, thank you so much for following. So today we're actually going to be continuing working on the algorithm and athletic thing that we were working on last time. It encompasses a few different things that I want to put together. So let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing, why we're doing it, this type of stuff. Cranberry, Elixor, thank you guys so much for coming in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Man, I really am not quite yet into the swing of things, but hopefully we'll get there. Okay, so let me open up Zertal PP. And let's just talk about it really quick. Move this over there, that over there. Perfect. Jeffter, what's up? So right now, obviously, I have had no errors so far because stream has just started, but we might get an error pretty soon. How does this stream work? So I guess I'm on white right now. Essentially, there's two components to this stream for today that we're going to be setting up. The first of which, the first component is going to be basically a push-up counter, right? For every time I do an error of some sort. Now, what is an error defined as? I've decided to define an error as any time in which either the compiler corrects me or chat corrects me. So either of those counts as an error. And every time I do an error, I have to add one more push-up to the counter. Now, I have also given everyone the option to give me extra push-ups wait 1 second. I thought I did. I should have given everyone the ability to give me extra push-ups via channel points. I was pretty sure I did that yesterday. If not, maybe I screwed up. Let me check again here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so you can add one push-up to my push-up counter pretty much every... Okay, so we have exactly one push-up. So here's how it works right now, and I'll explain how it works. So we have add one push-up. So I should be able to do that. And then if I do cat ./pop_num. Okay, so I have 6. So I need to clear it, and then I need to add one. And I think if I do this... Okay, so apparently it's not working, but we'll get there. So essentially, I have this counter that's just in my pop_num push-up number directory, and I should be able to add to it and subtract to it by using particular commands. So right now I have 6 push-ups down, but in actuality I only have 2 because someone added one to the push-up counter, and also apparently my push-up counter is not working. We worked on this yesterday. So let me cd into projects. Swoleos. Hey Deepseas, how are you? And I think I already said hey Jeffter, but if not, hey. And let's go to push-up counter, and then there should be a directory in here for bin. Alice here, and if I do /pop clear, this should work. So if I do the last cat, it should be 0. And now we're gonna have to add two push-ups. So it should be pop up. And let's see, pop up, and we should do that, I think, twice. And so now if we cat it, we should have 2 push-ups. Now, I tried to make it so yesterday these work on keybinds. So what I was hoping to do in the first hour is basically just get this push-up counter working again. So that's the first thing that we need to do. So far we have 2 push-ups for this hour, which is really sad because I've only been streaming for like 2 minutes. The other thing that we're going to do is implement these Swoleos for Swole plus Leos workout plan. And the way this works is basically every hour on the hour, I'm going to be doing something physical, whether that be, lunges or squats or tricep dips or something like that. And the idea is that we do basically 5 minutes of working out every hour on the hour. And then from there, we just kind of go back to programming. And so the idea is that we switch between these different exercises, and the hope is that we can kind of schedule these exercises in order to do an appropriate full body workout over the course of a week. And so that's kind of what I wanted to work on today's stream. Is there a cap of spending points? I can give you 100 push-ups. You can only give me 1 push-up per hour. At least that should be how it is. I think. I set it up so it's like, so basically the idea was it's 300 points because that's the amount of points that some person could get in about an hour of watching my stream. It's a little bit more than an hour, but I figure, if you're watching stream and we have, I don't know, like 15, 20 people watching, I think that's fair to do a push-up per person if people want to spend the points on that. I'm thinking about other ways to spend the points. Like, for example, if we do continue doing the, Swoleo's workout routine, I am definitely considering allowing people to spend points, maybe a few hours worth of points, in order to decide the workout for that particular hour. You know, so like they could say, hey, we're doing squats this time, or hey, we're doing core this time, or hey, we're doing, you know, something like this. And I think that's totally fine. So I'm going to add more like things that people can spend points on. I'm just not exactly sure the best way to do that right now. So if you have ideas on, you know, ways in which you want to spend points, just feel free to let me know. So the first thing I'm going to do right now is try to set my keybinds, because I thought they were set, but apparently they're not. So I'm going to go into OB key right now, and W0 should run pop clear, and then minus should do pop down, and this should do pop up. But when I do this, oh, it works now. Why didn't it work earlier? Okay, it's working now. I don't know why it didn't work earlier. But apparently the keybinds are fine now. So the next thing I want to do is essentially turn the pup counter into something that I can basically display on screen at all times. Now, I know what you're thinking. Surely this is easy because you have OBS and you can just kind of put it into OBS, and you're kind of right about that. But so far as I'm aware, OBS doesn't allow us to input a text file onto screen, but it does allow for us to input an image to screen. And so my idea here is that I'm going to basically turn this pup number into an image that I can then put onto screen at all times, so people can see how many push-ups I have to do for that hour. And that's the idea for the first bit of stream. And of course, if you guys have ideas for, or if you have a particular exercise that you want to do for the first hour, let me know, and then we'll do it at what will be 3:00 p.m. my time. Again, just let me know, and I'm more than happy to do that. And yeah, I think that's about it. The only other thing I wanted to say before continuing is that I am genuinely trying to find ways to kind of spice up, not necessarily stream exactly, but you know, the YouTube channel and you know, stream and algorithm archive, everything together. And now when I say spice it up, I do think that the content that I'm putting out is really good. I mean, specifically the last 2 videos I put out were, in my opinion, really, really good. But also I do recognize that, you know, it's solidly in that category of high work, low, like low reward type of thing. Because as it is right now, we don't have too many people watching, we don't have too many people engaging, and so yeah, it takes a super long time to make those videos and make the algorithm archive content, but there aren't too many people who are going to be engaging with that, which is why I've been trying to think of ways in which we could, you know, really engage people who wouldn't normally be engaged with algorithms. You know, like Quiltify is a good way to do it. There's a whole bunch of people who do quilts, but I don't think I've seen anyone who has, you know, put quilting and algorithms together, or athletics and algorithms are another good combination that I don't see people do very often. And so this type of stuff I'm getting really into, and I would like to kind of do maybe just interesting things like this. So if you have ideas that are just kind of out there, a little bit wacky, that you've wanted to see people do, but you haven't had maybe the motivation to do it, or maybe even the funding to do it. I'm not saying I have the funding now, but potentially in the future, I'd be willing to spend some money on some of this content. Just let me know, and I'm more than willing to just kind of work with that. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a file that has just the following phrase inside of it. So we're in the bin directory, we have pupnum.txt, and essentially what I want to do is I want to create a text file that we are going to turn into an image. And we can do that just by catting it and putting it into like a convert command, which comes with ImageMagick or whatever. So how's that going to go? I think what I want to do here is I want to just open up pupnum.txt, which not the best name. And in here, we're just going to say push up number. Well, we'll just say push-ups. That's clear enough. Here. And then after this, I'm going to cat in the .pupnum file. So this way we have, you know, the 2 files that we can put together. And I think this should be relatively easy to turn into something that we can then turn into an image. So let me think about that. So here we're going to write with that. Can I cat 2 things together? So if I cat pupnum.txt, and I want to concatenate 2 cats together. Can I just do this What happens if I do this? The ./pup num. Is this gonna work? I guess not because I'm dumb. Here, pup num. Okay, that's not bad. I just was hoping it wouldn't be line over line, but I think I see why it is line over line because there's a new line at the end of push-ups. So we'd have to basically do some regular expression basically to remove all of the new lines. And I think I can do that by doing some sort of awk command. So if we pipe that into an awk, oh gosh, this is where I don't think this is right, but I'm going to try it. It should be S, and then I think I can do the following new line G? Or am I looking for sed? I think I might be looking for sed. No! Okay, that's another error. So now I'm now at pup num 4, which is great. Totally fine. Not a big deal. So let me see if I can figure out how the sed commands works, because I'm apparently dumb. Sed command Linux. And again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, feel free to let me know, and I'll totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. So here you have cat into content.txt, and then they do sed. Oh, did I not need the... Maybe I didn't need the... Maybe I didn't need the... Okay, it didn't work, but it did not work. So I don't know if I could count that as an error or not. You can use tr minus d. What is tr? Tr, minus d. Actually, let me just do man tr. Translate or delete characters. Oh yeah, that'll work just fine. So we want to delete specifically the new line character. So can I cat this into trd? So if we do tr dash d, and then we do this, will that do it? Okay, that worked, but it also removed the last new line. I guess I only want to remove the first occurrence of new lines. Again, not sure if I should count that as an error or not. But we'll see, you know. Okay. So that worked. That's, I think, exactly what I want, because that'll give me a string that I can then pipe into another command that I can then turn into a convert. Yeah, okay, 1 second. I need to think about this. But I think we're almost there. So now we just have to figure out text to image. Text to image. I don't know, bash. I'm pretty sure this will bring us like a convert command. Add text to image with convert. I'm okay with using convert for something like this. Usually I don't like using convert because, quite frankly, it's just a bad command. But yeah, let's see what we can do here. So, that was maybe a bit. Let's see, convert text to image in CentOS. Convert comes from, you'll certainly have it in your repos repository H here. Let's just try doing this in Google instead of DuckDuckGo. Transform text into file or picture. Sophis. That's not what I want. Convert. Yeah, this is what I want. Perfect. Can I? How am I going to? What are you converting? Font, point size 12. Oh, it specifically converts a text file. Okay, we can. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's mess around with it a bit. So I'm gonna go back over here. We know that this is a command that we're looking for. That is currently going to break, but let me just see what happens if we do at pupnum.txt. Pupnum. Okay. Convert non-conforming drawing primitive. I'm adding a push-up for that. Definition push-ups. Interesting. Okay. Text is 1515. Oh, do I specifically need... Okay, maybe I specifically need text 1515 is added to the first line of text is a positional offset. Okay, Let's just see what happens. So we'll add text 1515 at the start of pupnum. Over here, vi pupnum.text. Paste this here. And now let's try it. And it will read free mono. What if I don't specify a font? Convert non-conforming drawing primitive definition. This isn't working the way I thought it would. Right now my push-up number is at 7, I believe. Let me just run the last cat. Oh, that didn't help at all. Okay, well now my push-up counter is way beyond that. I actually don't even know what it is. It's probably 7 or 8. So cat, push, pup, num. Okay, so I'm at 7. Okay, I thought this is what I wanted, but apparently that didn't work. Specifying arguments, preprocessing input, Pango view. We could use Pango view, I suppose. A simple solution is to use Pango view provided by Pango. Well, I kind of want to see if we can get convert working. So let's try this one. I'm pretty sure it's also going to break. But, you know, might as well give it a shot. Now, is there a file at ASCII.txt or is it... Okay, so I need at pupnum. At pupnum. Yeah, unable to read font free mono. That, okay, could just be the font. So what happens if we remove the font? Okay, L is here. And now if we do mirage, image.png. Okay, we have text 1515 push-ups. Now, vi pup num.text. Remove this. There we go. Run it one more time. And it looks like we might have... 1 second. Mirage image.png. Okay, we have push-ups here. Wonderful. Okay, so now what we can do is we can put, you know, push-ups dot with the dot pupnum into a single file, and then we can output that into an image. Now we just have to make the image, like the text, big enough that it's actually readable. So let's modify the size. We know what the size is going to be. 1 second, I need to think about this really quick. So cd into video stream. L is here, and let's just do mirage set.png. That wasn't what I... Okay, let me... Right. GIMP set.png. Give it a second. Okay, so the image size, layer, view, image, scale image. It is 1616 by 175. So that's the size we want, 1616 by 175. 1616 by 175. Point size, let's set that to 200. And let's run that. Now we're going to do mirage image.png. Okay. You know, kind of. I think the font size is correct. It's just the offset's wrong. So let's modify the offset here. I think the second element would be the... Let's do 0 here. Oh, that didn't... Okay. So let's do 150. Okay, that is just about perfect, I think. So we're gonna modify this font size so it's actually 175. Actually, let's modify it so it's 150. Okay, now let's go into Mirage. Okay, and let's move it up just a little bit to maybe 125. Okay, perfect. So now we just have to annotate on the push-up number, and then we should be good to go. The only other thing we have to do is switch it so instead of white background black text, it's black background white text. And then it should be good to go, I think. Yeah, I think it should be good to go. So can we... XC white, so we probably want this to be black. What happens if we change that to black? And now we're going to do Mirage. Okay, so now it's all black. And we have to change the text color. Convert command text color. Oh, we're getting there, guys. We're almost there. So, convert. I specifically wanted the convert command from customize your text colors in Linux. No. I don't think you understand what I want. I want specifically convert image magic. Okay. Let's look for color. Okay. Fill yellow. This is the fill color of the text. So if we do, oh, fill black. I see. So this needs to change to fill white. Okay. And then the last thing I need to do is set the font itself. I'm not sure exactly how to do that. It was over here. And I usually prefer, if I can, to use a Linux Libertine font. So I guess let me just see if that's available. Font Linux Libertine. Yeah, that didn't exist. So I'm going to add one to the push-up counter. And then I'm going to do, let's see, GIMP. File new. Sure, doesn't matter. And we're just going to add this there. Linux space Libertine, is that what I need? Maybe that's what I need. Okay. Add another one to the push-up counter. And let me just do cat /popnum. I'm at 9 push-ups. That's not bad. We're so close to what we need. How do we... Okay, so where is the font specifying arguments? It can be any supported font name. Free mono isn't available or simply isn't desired. A list of convert list fonts. Convert -list font. No, that's what I want. Okay. Webdings. We could definitely use Webdings. Unifont would work probably. Actually, let's see what happens if we used Unifont. Because that's one of my favorites, honestly. What is it? Unifont, I think is what it is. Unifont with lowercase f. Okay, take a look at that really quick. Mirage image. I mean, it kind of fits the aesthetic of doing everything, you know, like in kind of like, yeah, I think this is fine. I think that fits okay. All right, 1 second. Let me also open that up in GIMP instead. GIMP image.png. Yeah, that looks fine. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to, we had up here. What happens if, can I add 2 commands together, like an echo and a cat? So here's cat pupnum. So we're going to cat 2 things. But no, I want to, let me do appending, output, command, outputs, appending command outputs, I guess Linux should do it. Okay, append text to end of file, not exactly what I'm looking for. I want to just take 2 commands. Again, I'm going to echo something, and then I'm going to cat a file, and I want to smush these 2 outputs together. The question is, how do I do that? Can I just do one after the other? How to append output to a file, append text to the end of file. Can I pipe one into the other? I guess we're just going to... I mean, obviously you can't... Okay, what does cat do? If I cat... Hey, does that work? No, of course it doesn't. Okay, adding another push-up. Yeah, of course it doesn't. But can I echo? Oh, what happens if I man echo? I don't think this is going to help me. Quit there? Okay. Appending output of command in for loop, not exactly what I want. I mean, again, we do have the two things together we have two separate files now. We have the pushupnumber.txt file, which is in the directory with the commands in it. And then we have the pushup number hidden file in my home directory. And what I want to do is I just want to have the pupnum.txt in the directory with the binaries in it, just to say pushups:number. So I don't know how to do that because I'm not sure how to kind of like append to. Can I just pipe one into the other? Is that going to work? I guess I'll try it. Cat this pupnum and then echo push ups. Would that work? I don't think that did what I wanted it to do. I don't think that did what I wanted it to do at all. I mean, surely someone in chat knows how to do this, right? All I want to do is take two command outputs and then put them side by side. Just concatenate the two of them. Maybe concatenating command outputs. Concatenating command outputs, Linux, and see what we have. Cat file grep pattern, not exactly a grep, I don't think is what I'm looking for. Echo cat file. Okay, maybe that's what I want. So let me do echo pushups and then space, and then we're gonna do the command output, which is gonna be cat of /pupnum. That's what I want. And I think I don't even need the space here. Perfect. Okay, that's exactly what I want. And then what I want to do is I want to put that into pupnum.txt. Perfect. Okay. And then all I need to do is turn that into a file with a convert command. So let's see, convert is right there. So let's go over here, cd projects, simuleos, ls here. And I guess we're just gonna have to kind of put everything together. So let's go ahead and do, I'm in the wrong directory, cd projects swoleos, ls here, cd pop counter, ls here, cd bin, ls here. Okay, perfect. And let me just go into vi pop up. Sure, that's the command we're running. And so what's it doing right now? So right now it's saying pupnum is gonna, so right now it's increasing pupnum. And then after that's done, I want it to do one more thing, which is going to be updating the image that is associated with this. So the next thing we're gonna do is this guy here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do the following. And I think I'm just gonna give it a full directory. I know that might not be the best thing to do, but I don't know what directory I'm gonna be calling this from. So I'm just gonna say projects, swoleos, pup, what am I doing? 1 second, I need to think about this. This is going to be pwd is what I'm looking for here. Okay, perfect. Pop counter, and then bin, and then pupnum.txt. And then after that, we're gonna do convert the pupnum.txt file into an image, and we just need to specify what the image is. So again, we're just gonna go here, and I think I can do the following. Grab this guy. Yes, pupnum.txt, and then the output image is going to be videos, stream, ls, videos, stream, and then set.png. Set.png. And I think that should work. So if I write this, and then I do the pop up command, and then I go into Mirage, videos, stream, set.png. Okay, it didn't quite work the way I thought it would. What what did it output? It output. Okay, so it output. Does this need to be a home James? Is that what it needs? Or home Laos, I suppose? Try that. Home LAIOS. Write that. Now I'm going to try the command one more time. Okay, there we go. Got it right. And that is the correct number. It should be pup 12. And yeah, so we have the image now. We just have to add it to stream, which I think is easy enough to do. Yeah, and then I just have to do this at the end of each of those other commands, the push up clear and the other commands. And yeah, I think that'll be fine. So let's go here, Ellis. And I'm now going to run, I'm now going to open up pop down, and I'm just going to put the same little guy at the end of here. So echo there, dot text there, enter, and then put this convert guy there. And then we're just going to test them all just to make sure they work. Perfect. Right quit. And then what else do I want to do? I also want to do it with pop clear. Okay. And then after this is done, we should have the push-up counter working, which is, you know, pretty good. I mean, I'm relatively happy with that. I realized, yeah, it probably took longer, and this is probably not the way other people would do it. Probably they could find a way to do it without having, you know, the directory set, but whatever. So I'm going to cd in this directory, and I'm going to run pop up, and then I'm just going to run the last mirage, and this should be 13. Perfect. And now I'm going to do pop down, and this should be 12, right? And then I'm going to do pop clear, and that should be 0. Perfect. Okay. Now again, we have 13, so let me just go into vi dot slash pop pop. Okay, 1 second. Pop num, and we're going to change this to 12. Then I'm going to pop up one more time, and so that means that we have 14 push-ups to do this hour, which again isn't so bad. It could be worse. And the next thing I'm going to do is basically set that image in OBS so it's always at the bottom of the screen. So sorry for the infinite scroll here. But I'm now going to go to my workout stream where we now see push-ups 13 at the bottom. And I'm just going to grab that guy, set here, copy, and go over here to scene. And let's add image set. Okay. Now I could just put it here, which is fine, but that's kind of big, isn't it? I mean, maybe we want it just a little bit smaller. Maybe we want it the size of one of the terminals, right? Like, yeah, let's try that. Let's make it the size of one of the terminals over here. Yeah, that'll do. For this scene. Something like, oh, I suck at this. And then we just move this up a little bit. Yeah, that'll do. So now we have push-ups 13 on the side there. And that should do just fine. Okay, so now we have the push-up counter on stream. And that's basically all I wanted to do for the first hour. So we can start working on the stuff the next hour. I think that's about right. Oh, I actually need to bring it down a little bit. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's start talking about the things we need to do for the next hour. I'm sorry, I hit something. No one saw that. And again, guys, I do remind you that if you want to increase the push-up counter, you can do so. I added a push-up +1 option on the channel points. So if you want to do that, feel free to do so. Sorry about that. Okay, and again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. But yeah, so that's the push-up counter. It took a bit longer than I thought, but that's okay. Mine says there's a 28 minute cooldown. Oh, interesting. Oh, maybe I screwed up. Maybe I made it so only people, like, you can only do 1 per hour for everybody. And I wanted 1 per hour for just specifically. Okay, let me try to fix that, because I think I understand what happened. I said 1 per hour, but I meant 1 per hour per person. But I think what ended up happening was it was 1 per hour for everybody. So let me just, I'm going to try to fix that really quick. I think I'm doing something embarrassing. So let me just go here and I'll do that and try to fix that now. Create your dashboard. Let's see, viewer rewards, channel points, rewards and challenges, edit. Let's see. Maybe I just, for now, just remove the cooldowns and limits. I wanted it to be that only one person could do it, or like you could only do it once per hour. You know, that would be the hope. But I guess maybe, let's see, limit redemptions per stream, up to 7 days. How about we put, we're just going to put an upper limit of, let's say, 20 per hour. Okay? That's what we're going to do. So, you know, people can do it if they want, but there's an upper limit of adding 20 push-ups per hour. So we're going to save that. And in principle, now you should be able to update it. I think. So let me see. I'm going to try it on my end really quick. Yeah, but if anybody else wants to try it, feel free. 1 second. So if I go here, push up +1. It still says it's on a cooldown. But maybe after this cooldown is done, it will be fixed. I'm not entirely sure about that. Let's see. Again, I'm going to check it over. Hey, Fullster, how are you? So I'm going to check it under the screen as well, just to make sure. So it should be this guy. Edit. And yeah, it says, let's see. Redemption cooldown time. 20. Oh, I screwed up even worse. Never mind. I said it so it was 20 hours between redemptions. Let's just limit redemptions per stream, limit redemptions per user per stream. I can only limit per stream, not per hour. Okay. Let's just remove the limits and see how bad it is. Save. Okay, so now I think you guys can fix it. I'm sorry, we're doing this live, guys, and I kind of suck. So now I think if you went here... Yeah, okay, so you can definitely redeem... Yeah, you can definitely redeem push-ups now. However, I don't think there's a limit now, so I think anyone can redeem as many push-ups as they want. So if you want to do this and turn this into a full-out push-up stream, you can. I just don't know if that's the best idea, so it's up to you. If you want to add a push-up, feel free. Okay, but yeah, so that's the push-up counter. Happy with that. Let's talk about what we're doing next. So we're going to go here. So that actually took a little bit less time than I thought it was going to take. Is it the best implementation? No. I see we have 2 more push-ups. Did that update the push-up counter? Let's see. Wonderful. Okay. I'm super excited the push-up count is working, actually. Like, way more excited than I should be. So cool. I think it worked. Awesome. Okay, so now we're working on the Swoleos stuff. So what are we doing here? You'll see in a few minutes that basically for the past few months, I can redeem 109 push-ups. I will not do that, even though it's tempting. If you redeem 109 push-ups, I will not. My internal limit is that people can only request 20 push-ups per hour. That is not... I couldn't figure out how to make Twitch do that. But if I have to do more than 20 user-provided push-ups per hour, I'm just going to say no to that. That's my shtick. Okay, so here's what we're going to do next. So, I mentioned this during last stream, but essentially, I've been trying to think of a lot of different ways in which we could combine athletics, and algorithms, right? I think yesterday I said athleticism and computation. I basically mean the same thing, but here I'm specifying algorithms because, let's face it, I don't really want to do like a whole bunch of like, you know, bulk calculation to do like certain things. I'm really more interested in like finding ways in which we can apply algorithms to, you know, just different athletic things. So things that I've thought of so far, I have the idea of like pathfinding your jogging route, which... Does anyone else do that where like D's and G's are mixed up? Like that happens to me all the time. Where I accidentally, when I'm just writing, instead of writing a D, I'll just write a G, and I have no idea why. It just happens all the time. So anyway, pathfinding an optimal running route is one of them. Another one is a swim coach AI, which I'm really interested in doing. The other one was something I called interval training, which basically turned into the Swoleos routine. I see we have another push-up. Wonderful. Fridge is a D, but refrigerator it does not. Still bothers me to this day. That's fair enough. 4, I'm just going to put question marks on because this one I am doing. I just haven't figured out exactly when. But it will be done, I promise. And I just don't want anyone to hear about it right now because it's one of those things that may or may not be incredibly exciting. But for me, it's like the most exciting thing I've ever thought of in my life, and I'm really excited to do it. In fact, one of the main reasons why I started making YouTube videos again was because of this one project right here. And I'm just so excited for it. And like, I know it's top secret, and I'm not going to say anything. I'm just saying some really cool stuff is coming up. If you could just like, you know, like, if you just stick along, stick with me for a bit longer. Okay. So let's see, pathfinding, swim AI, interval training. So right now we're going to focus on interval training. What exactly is this? I've got about 7 minutes to discuss it, and then we're going to do our next set where we're going to show what interval training means in application or in practice. And then, yeah, we're going to start actually coding it up. So a lot of people know what interval training is. If you were a swimmer or a runner or something like that, the idea is fairly common. The idea is that, you know, you're going to do like a 50 meter freestyle, for example, swim, and you'll do this on 45 seconds or something. And the idea is, sure, it might only take you 30 seconds to finish the event, but you're only going to go again on the 45. So this means that you can, you have like maybe 15 minutes rest or something like this. What I realized was this provides a way for me to basically push myself further than I normally would, because 15 seconds rest is not enough for me to fully rest up between every set. But on the other hand, I will go on the 45 every time because there's that added incentive, you know? And so what I decided to do was kind of incorporate the idea of interval training into my everyday life, where on the top, every hour, I'll do 5 minutes of exercise, you know, whether that be squats or I don't know, leg lifts or something, just something to kind of, you know, get my body in motion. And then after that, I'll use the next 55 minutes to do some dedicated project. It's not clear what the project is. I decide that when I'm doing the workout, and then I just try to hack it away in the next hour. If I finish before the end of the hour, then we have a few minutes just to chill, hang out, relax, maybe watch a YouTube video or something, and then get ready for the next hour. And this has actually helped me be like way more productive. I think I know what it is. I doubt you know what it is. I would be very surprised if you knew what it is. But if you did, I'd be anyway. The hint is that it is the most esoteric language I've ever heard of. It is a real life implementation of the most esoteric language. That's my hint. And I'm just going to be very surprised if people actually know, like, if people can figure this out. Like, it involves, it's here with the athletics and algorithms, right? So clearly it has something to do with athleticism, but it also has to do with the most esoteric language ever created. And it has to do with, like, a trip that I specifically need to take to a specific location in order to do this implementation. Like, it's just really cool. Like, the idea is like really cool. It'll actually take a few videos for us to even find that location, because the language can only be implemented at that one location. So there's a lot of like things that we have to do to prep for it. And my hope is that even in the preparation videos, people won't recognize that we're prepping for this thing, right? But yeah, I'm on board. Grant's on board. One of my friends is on board who is just really excited for the whole thing. Like, we're all really excited for it. But we'll see how it goes. Anyway, so why does this interval training method have anything to do with the combination of athleticism and algorithms? Well, the answer is that the way in which I'm going to do this is basically segment all the different exercises we can think of into like 4 groups: legs, arms, abs, core, we'll say, and mobility. And mobility includes yoga and stretching and things like this, things that make you more limber. I guess limberization, I don't know, whatever the word is. And what we want to do is we want to basically schedule these 5-minute segments every hour so that we give ourselves a full body workout between legs, arms, core, mobility, and everything like that. And so to do this, we're actually going to be doing some sort of priority, priority, what's it called? Priority scheduling. which is usually used for supercomputers. I know it being used in supercomputers, but in operating systems in general, specifically to make it so we schedule our exercises for kind of the best fit for us. In addition, we want to basically create like kind of a list of all of the different exercises that we want to do, and go from there. Is this a class? This is not a class. I'm just, here hanging out, having fun, doing some push-ups at the request of my viewers, and kind of getting ready to create our own workout routine called the Swoleos workout routine. I'm actually really excited for it. I think Folcher was the one that came up with the Swoleos name. Pink Emma was the one who actually came up with this idea to do like, maybe not priority scheduling. I think that they said that they wanted to do like AI, but honestly, pretty excited for this. Have you created R package before? Did you submit them to CRAN? I don't know anything about R. So the answer is no. I've not created an R package before. I barely know anything about Julia, if I'm being honest. So let me get a little bit more water. We're about to hit the hour where we'll do the first set. I think we'll do squats for the first set. That's just my preference right now. So yeah, I think we'll do probably a set of, let's do the push-ups first and see where we're at. And then I'm going to try to do maybe 100 squats, I think, 2 sets of 50. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we can time in. Again, the idea is that we don't spend more than 5 minutes, but I think it's going to be 5 minutes plus the push-ups. So if I have 20 push-ups to do, right now I have 17 push-ups to do, we'll do the 17 push-ups, and then we're going to hop into the squat set after that. I think because we do have 17 push-ups, I'll go ahead and prep that now. You look like you know everything. That is very far from the case. I do have a PhD, but having a PhD does not mean you know anything. Just for the record, if anybody comes up to you and says, I know what I'm talking about, I'm an expert, chances are they're probably not actually an expert. And if they were an expert, they probably wouldn't say that thing. 1 second. I need to do one thing. I need to do one thing before the first set, which is pull up the chat on my tablet so I can just, see what you guys are saying. While we are, while I'm down there. So let's see, do I have Twitch up? Twitch, I do. Wonderful. And just to be very clear, let me see what happens if I say hi over here. Does it work? Chotomate, gomen. It's taking a while to reconnect. Oh man, I should have done this before stream, but I didn't because I was like, I know exactly what I'm doing now. Stream manager? Okay. If someone says anything, it says welcome. So now if I say hi, wonderful, it works. Okay, so I'll have this down here, on the sound, down here. Turn on the light. Actually, I also need to go over here. Whew. Okay, I'm excited. All right, turn off this music. I'm gonna turn on some EDM, and we're gonna go over here, pump it up just a little bit. Maybe something like this. Go to the workout session. Oh boy. I changed things since last time. I think I have better lighting. Oh man, my leg. Don't look at my legs. 1 second. I think I just have to move this up. Something like this. If I did this right, then this should be relatively easy to do. And I should be able to just drop it here. All right, wonderful. Okay, so I think we're ready for push-ups. Again, I think I have how many? 17 push-ups, and then we're going to do some squats. All right. So if anybody wants to join me, feel free. I think I'm gonna move the mic so it's closer to where my head's gonna be. Over here. Also, like 17. It's kind of a. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Like a lot of those were just. How did we get to 17? Okay, 17 push-ups. All right, I actually suck at push-ups, so I might have to do this in 2 sets because I really do suck at push-ups. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Whew. Okay, so now for some squats. Again, if you want to join me, feel free. I'm not exactly sure how to do this with the microphone. I might just hold the microphone and do something like this. Okay, so for the squats, what we're going to do is, I think I'm going to do a set of 50, see how long that takes, and then go from there. I can only do one. That's totally fair. So I'm going to do probably a set of 50 squats. Do however many squats you feel like you can do. And again, if you don't want to do squats, feel free to do something else. And yeah, so I'll do a set of 20, a set of 10, and then another set of 20. And the idea is that, yeah, you just kind of go and see how you feel. And again, we want to make this take about 5 minutes if we can. So if anybody wants to join, feel free. Again, if you don't want to, no worries. I'm still tired from the push-ups. Okay, so we're going to go in maybe, what's that? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, start with a set of 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay, so we'll give ourselves maybe 30 seconds of rest before the next exercise. And again, I'm just going to do a set of 10 there. Give myself a little bit of rest, and then I'll go on to the next set of 20 again. So that'll be in about 15 seconds for the next set. Again, let me know what you guys think about, I don't know, the stream and stuff. I'm actually super tired. Oh man, am I tired. Okay, so I'm going to go again in 5 seconds. Again, a set of 10, 2, 1, and go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so that only took about 15 seconds, but I might still give myself 45 seconds rest. Go again on the top. Let's press the rocks. You have any dumbbells? I do not have dumbbells. It's something I wish I did have. But I do have the roller over here, which I use fairly regularly. In fact, it's one of my favorite exercises. Yeah, because I'm still tired from the push-ups and everything, I think we're going to go... I think we're going to go again in 15 seconds on the top, and it'll be another set of 20. 17 errors today? Yeah, only 17 right now, but we're going to have a lot more next hour. I'm 90% sure. So I'm going to go in 5 seconds. Again, it's going to be a set of 20. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. All right. Give myself 30 seconds rest, then I'll do another set of 10. And I think we'll end on... We could end on... So this will be about 3 minutes when we get to the top. So I figure 80 is probably pretty good. So we'll do 10, and then we'll do 20 again after that. Whew. So we'll go again in 10 seconds. I hope everyone's feeling okay. Again, you guys don't have to join with the exercise, but it's something fun to do. All right, 3, 2, 1, and a set of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I just realized I'm kind of like... Let me see if I can move over. Hey. And we're going to go again on the top, so we have a few seconds of rest. What do we have here? I'm going to shape 10 bodyweight squats. Took a bit of effort. It's actually surprisingly difficult, not going to lie. So we'll go again for the last set in about 20 seconds. So take a breather, relax a bit, walk around if you feel like you need to. Again, 15 more seconds and we'll do the last set. For me, it'll be 20. For you, feel free to do whatever you feel is best, you know? No pressures, no worries. Just kind of get the blood flowing and get ready to go again. So 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1, And now for a set of 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. So that'll be about right. And we're good to go. Let me go ahead and put the microphone back up. And, well, if it would go in. Sorry about that. Okay, so give me just a second to reset. Something like this should do. Perfect. All right. One second, guys. Let me, I guess, move this somewhere. I'll drop it down over here. Perfect. Oh, so how's everyone doing today? Amaris, thank you so much for the 12-month subscription. Let me go ahead and put 12 Simu cows in chat. I'm super tired. Why? Why are squats so much more difficult than I thought they would be? Let me put 17 Simu cows in a chat. Samuel. Oh, and maybe move over here. Cow. 17 of them. 12 of them, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Should be right. Thank you so much for all the support. Really appreciate it. And now we're going to put the push-up counter back to 0. And we'll get ready for the next hour. That was actually pretty fun. I enjoy doing that. I know probably a lot of people here on Science and Tech probably don't care about that kind of stuff. In fact, pretty sure most people don't care about that kind of stuff. But I think it's, I don't know, it's kind of fun. Have you considered learning one-leg squats? I have not. But it's something that maybe we should add in. I think, they're probably a lot more difficult, right? One-legged squats. They sound a lot more difficult. Let me move over here, drop this down, turn this back on, lower the music down just a little bit. Okay, so now we're ready to get back to programming. And yeah, so we have +1 push-up. We go ahead and add that push-up down. And let's see, I think I'm caught up on push-ups, so we should be good to go. Oh man, why did we start with squats? Like, we could have done any other, like, exercises, and they would have been, like, way easier. But we're like, oh, let's do squats first. You know, that's the best one to start with. Okay. So, there is a new channel point reward. You can add a push-up. Now, here's the thing. I don't technically have a limit how many push-ups you can add. I would recommend not adding too many. I've got, like, an internal count where if more than 20 push-ups are added by users per hour, I'm just not going to add any more push-ups. So, you know, that's the limit. 20 is the limit. But yeah, feel free to add if you want. The idea is that they're redeemed at the top of the hour every hour, and we do like a quick 5-minute exercise at the same time. So let's talk about the Swole Leo's workout routine. Oh man, this is kind of insane. So the idea here is that, again, at the top of the hour, every hour, we do some sort of exercise, whether that be squats, planks, something like that. The idea is it takes, you know, around 5 minutes, and you're not supposed to sweat too much because of it. It's supposed to just be like a quick, light exercise that you do, just to get your body in motion, get your blood flowing, and get you ready to kind of keep doing some more work. And so we've decided that for this, we're probably going to move into doing some form of priority scheduling for this. And we have this idea that, you know, like if, for example, you've just done a leg exercise, we want to make it so your probability of choosing a leg exercise actually drops after that choice. So you choose a leg exercise here, and then you're not likely to choose a leg exercise again. And so your priority drops at that point. Same for arm, core, and everything else like that. In addition, within the leg exercises, like if you just did squats, then the option of picking squats drops down as well. So now, if you've chosen it before, you're not going to choose squats again until you've probably cycled through the other exercises. There should probably be some random variability as well, but we'll kind of get there when we get there. Another push-up, let's go ahead and add that to the counter. So we should now be at 2 push-ups for next hour, which is totally fine. And yeah, of course, if you guys want to add more, feel free to do so. Now, for those of you guys who, I have been thinking maybe we should have like a push-up remover. for people for like twice the cost or something. And the idea there is like, if people really just hate the workout parts, like just the 5 minutes at the top of every hour where we're doing something physical, if they hate that with like a burning fiery passion, they can remove one if they want. So I think maybe we should add that as well, but I might add that tomorrow or something. So I had enough trouble adding one push-up because apparently I don't know how the rewards work. So I think for the next hour, we're just going to try to familiarize ourselves with priority scheduling and then go from there. So let me go ahead and close some tabs for the stuff that we did last hour. And let's just look up priority scheduling. Hard to imagine someone would hate to see exercise. I could imagine a lot of people hate to see exercise. I mean, there's a reason. Another push-up plus one. I mean, there's a reason that we don't see like fitness streams being super popular on Twitch, right? If you go to Twitch, I guess I'll just start from my stream, go to browse, close this. I mean, you do see like in the games, maybe just browse. How does this work? IRL maybe? There are workout streams, there's sports, travel and outdoors, but just chatting is like by far the most popular one, followed by talk shows, art, sports, ASMR, then finally science and tech, followed by travel and outdoors and makers and crafters. But I know that there was a workout one. Let me just go to workouts. Workout. Maybe? Workout Brothers? That's not what I'm looking for at all. Fitness maybe is what I'm looking for. Fitness. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is fitness. Fitness and health. Here it is. So technically there is a fitness and health section, but it's nowhere near as popular as the other groups, you know? So that would kind of make me believe that it's not like some people genuinely probably don't want to see fitness on their stream. Hard to imagine. Curious question. Do you read or follow anything related to politics? Sometimes. I mean, a bit recently. I think it's fitness or history. Yeah, I think it's fitness. Or history. I see. Yeah, I do a bit of politics recently, specifically after, you know, the Trump presidency and everything. I kind of picked up on the amount of politics that I've been watching since basically the January 6th attack on the what do you call it? The White House or whatever. But I didn't keep up with it too much during the Trump presidency, except that I kind of hated everything Trump had to say. So let's take a look and see if we can find some stuff for priority scheduling, and then we'll kind of look it up and see what the best way to do this is. Priority scheduling algorithm. Here, let's just see what we find. I'm surprised that Wikipedia isn't like the first thing. You'll find fitness in just chatting as well as other types of streams because people fetch for views there. Yeah, that's true as well. It's one of those things that I don't particularly like. Like, you know, I could, for example, go to just chatting if I wanted to. And I could have my stream entirely on just chatting. In fact, my stream is probably more just chatting than a lot of other science and tech streamers. And so in some sense, I feel like I would fit there, but I just feel like, I don't know. I just don't feel right doing that. You know, like, for example, Kit Boga is on just chatting, but I feel like his stream is very much a science and tech stream, you know? I'm not a fan of the girls who do 3 hours workout streams. I didn't know there were people who did that. I now kind of want to see what you're looking at, just to see what the problem is. So twitch.tv, browse, just chatting. Let's see. It's a dark place. Maybe. I've never seen it before. I don't actually browse just chatting too much. My philosophy is, you know, if people are not streaming on the science and tech category, then I don't particularly care to watch their stream too much, you know? So I tend to kind of focus on things that I'm pretty sure I'll enjoy, not things I might or might not enjoy. And just chatting's kind of a grab bag. So no one works out for like 3 hours. There's bathtub streams even. Oh, now that's what we could do. If you spend 1 million channel points, I'll do a bathtub stream. No one's asking for that. Well, here's a bathtub stream, isn't it? So let's see. Okay, starting to collect from now. Go to iBabyRainbow. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be watching other people's streams here. No, usually there is a girl up front, not an empty one. Girl up front. I don't know. I don't tend to watch. Like, you know, you can kind of tell the vibe of the stream just by looking at what you see, you know? Oh, not an empty bathtub. Yeah, I tend to be kind of cautious on streams that I pick. I don't know why. I don't tend to watch, like too many streams that like show that, you know, from the thumbnail that I'm probably not going to like it, you know? And I'm sure people do the same for my stream. Like when they see just a whole bunch of black terminals, pretty sure people are not going to click on that, you know? That I'm just 90% sure. I like the recent YouTube videos between... Oh, my recent videos or videos from other people? Let's see, priority scheduling. Let's see, shortest job first. Non-preemptive. Let's just read this up and see what we can find. Because I feel like all it is a priority queue, honestly, with very little difference between a priority queue and just priority scheduling, you know? I guess what's the difference between priority scheduling and a priority queue? That's going to be the question I want to solve this hour. I'm glad you like the content. I mean, I worked really hard on the most recent videos because, I don't know, I just worked really hard on it. Actually, I mean, if you don't mind me rambling for just a few minutes, what I've been kind of realizing is there's a huge group of people on YouTube who are making fantastic mathematical content. It's not just 3 Blue 1 Brown anymore. You know, you've got 3 Blue 1 Brown. You have Flammable Math, who does more of the meme type of stuff. You've got Tom Rocks Math. You've got you have new people like Reducible, who's making some wonderful content. I just feel like there's so many people making really, really good like mathematical content, even algorithms and stuff like that. Like you've got Frame of Essence, you've got I don't know, there's so many people making really, really good content. I really do feel like I'm kind of falling behind a bit with my content, you know? Like I feel like I need to do something to kind of spice it up a little bit, and I'm not exactly sure what that will be, but I do feel like I just need to do something to get more people engaged, you know? But the algorithm doesn't reach out. Right, well, the algorithm, I think people put too much like faith in the YouTube algorithm, you know? I feel like the truth is if people are blaming the algorithm, their content probably wasn't going to be picked up anyway. Because I don't think the algorithm really cares about what type of content you have. It cares about how good that content is, you know? Like, are people watching the whole time? Are they liking? Well, the likes don't matter too much. The main thing that matters is watch time. And, you know, my videos in particular are kind of hard to pick up because of that. Because, well, I mean, they're like less than 10 minutes, you know? So you've got to put out a lot of videos to make up for the fact that your videos are less than 10 minutes, you know? And I just can't do that because my videos, not only are they less than 10 minutes, but they take a huge amount of time to make. Like, you know, I'm talking about like probably 200 to 250 hours just for my last video on Computus, you know? It's kind of insane. Depends on how you use it. In terms of content, you're doing great. If you're aiming for views, then that's a different story. With the type of content, you can already guess the audience. Right. Did you do that, by the way? Probably not, because I haven't done anything with Stern. Hey, Stern. Hey, Strix, how are you? Oh, did you see that? I did not. I think I saw some stuff on Twitter, but it seemed like just more physics. I just don't care about physics at this point. Yeah, sure. Fair enough. I mean, I really just don't know anything about this. I saw some views of like a black hole on Twitter recently, and I'm actually really happy I'm out of the physics bubble. I know that sounds really lame, but I'm actually really excited. Oh, I missed. How did I miss? I missed like 10 notifications. 1 second. On my side screen here. Let me see. Let's see. I need to just really quickly. One second. Someone asked about finding the convex hole, and I'm like, finding the hole is the hard part. Filling it up is not usually too bad. I started doing exercise for 5 minutes like every hour like you did yesterday. I'm actually still doing that, so feel free to add another push-up to the counter. But yeah, so we'll be doing that again on the top of the hour. Shouldn't physics be one subject that has no bubble? I kind of very strongly disagree with that. It's cool. Maybe do 30 squats today. Cool. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. Wait 1 second. Yeah, someone's asking about convex hull, but I'm kind of like in the middle of streaming right now, so I'm like, hey, maybe could we talk later? Oh, God. I dropped something. My bad. Just deleting a lot of these notifications that we don't need. And good. Okay, back to stream. It looks like we were given a few push-ups. 1, 2, 3 push-ups. Yeah, 3 push-ups. So 1, 2, 3. So we should be at push-up 7. 4, we're at push-ups 8. How many push-ups do you want to do, guys? I haven't done any errors this hour. You guys are just making me do more work. Okay. I think that was right. I might have missed one, but I think that's all of them. Okay, cool. 9. Okay. 10, 11. I'm letting you guys know that if I get to 20, I'm not doing more than 20. Like 20 is the max. I'm at 12, 13. You can't 14, 15. 20 is as most as I'm gonna allow you guys go. Foldster. All right, I think we're at 20. Okay, I think that's no. Okay, how many more do I have here? I think okay, whatever. I think I'm at 20 now from you guys. So that is as many as I'm going this hour. You guys can redeem more points. I'm not adding more. That is it. That's 20 from you guys. If I do more errors, I will add more push-ups. But that's 20 from you guys. So that's fine. And it's 20 push-ups every hour. Well, it's 20 push-ups at the top of the hour, and then we're gonna go from there. Don't scam people. Look, you can thank my significant other for starting the wave. That's fine. Okay. But yeah, so I'm limiting you guys to 20. You guys can keep redeeming points if you want, but that's okay. 1.5k well spent. The thing is, I know that you guys have an insane amount of just like push-up power that you can add. Like you guys have a large number of like points that you can spend because I haven't given you guys an outlet to spend any points. So yeah, I do totally understand that like people have something to spend it on. Simul Julia. Oh, what do we have here? Good. So I think I'm caught up on chat. So what I'm going to do next, I guess I'll talk really briefly on the whole like physics thing. I know I have a PhD in physics. I have an undergraduate in physics, but I'm a bit burnt out of physics right now in the same way that I'm burnt out of biology and chemistry. That was my point. I don't think physics is super universal. I think math is universal, but physics is kind of one of those things that it doesn't excite me anymore. So I'm surprised you set it at 300 points. I set it at 300 points because the idea was, if we have 28 viewers or 20 viewers or so, which is, I would reckon, probably average considering I'm just starting up again and everything. My assumption is people are probably going to redeem 1 per hour, I would imagine. And if they're redeeming 1 per hour, I'm going to give people a chance to add a push-up every hour. However, my initial assumption was that I was going to limit every person so they could only redeem 1 per hour. But the problem with that is that I couldn't limit individuals. I could only limit everyone as a group. So everyone as a group could only do 1 per hour instead of just one person can do 1 per hour. I might look at it again and see if I can figure that out after stream. But right now I could only figure out how to do it. So there's a limit for like how many times it can be redeemed per hour for everybody, not just for one person. Okay, let's go back to the operating system stuff. I'm going to, let's see, there's this page that we looked at yesterday. Let's just read through this bit on priority scheduling and see if this is actually what we want to use. This is one of those things where I don't actually know so much about priority scheduling. I should know a lot more, but I need to figure out, I need to learn this anyway. So let's just kind of do it. So we're going to read a little bit about priority CPU scheduling, and then we're going to do our workout, which is going to be 20 push-ups. And, if you guys have an idea for what exercise you want to do next, we just did squats, so we did legs. But if you want to do abs, I'm happy to do planks. Again, I love doing planks. We can also do, I already did rollouts. We could do, well, anything with arms would be good as well. Let me go ahead and yank this and paste it in chat. This should be right. So that's what I have right now. I just found it randomly via Google. I might look for other things as well. Let's see, what do we have? Priority scheduling, that looks a bit... this one looked good. Let's just see what it has. This has some CPU code as well, so I think this is probably what I want. Let's just get through it. Lower push-up cost. Do you use Julia as a programming language? Yeah, Julia is probably my primary programming language at this stage. I also use C and C++, a little bit of Python. Sometimes I use Fortran. I have been using a little bit of JavaScript recently. I've been trying to learn it, so I know a good number of languages. Primary push-up language. Okay, let's read through this and try to figure out what the difference is between a priority scheduling algorithm and just a priority queue. Because I kind of feel like a priority queue would do the same thing, and I'm not sure what the difference is. Okay, so in this tutorial, we will understand the priority scheduling algorithm. Let me make it a little bit bigger so you guys can... Oh, that's smaller. A little bit bigger so you guys can read it. How it works and its advantages and disadvantages. In the shortest job first scheduling algorithm, the priority of a process is generally the inverse of the CPU burst time, i.e. the larger the burst time, the lower is the priority of that process. In case of priority scheduling, the priority is not always set as the inverse of the CPU burst time, rather it can be internally or externally set. But yes, the scheduling is done on a basis of priority of the process where the process which is most urgent to be processed first, followed by the ones with lesser priority in order. Okay, this is fine. Like, again, when we go to our workout routine, the idea here is that we're basically going to be giving, you know, legs, abs, arms, and mobility, all different priorities based on what has been selected most recently. And these priorities will have like a bit of a random variation to it. So it's not always going to choose, like there's a possibility that it will choose abs and then abs again, but it's very unlikely that that will happen. And then we're also going to do the same with all of the exercises. So if we just did squats, we're going to have like kind of a recharge time for the next squat that's going to be used, in saying that it's very unlikely that squats will be chosen again. And that's kind of what we're going to try to do. So processes with the same priority are executed in a first come, first serve manner. Again, we're going to probably modify that so it's not first come, first serve. It's actually going to be maybe random or something like this. Just kind of you pick one random variation or something. The priority of processes, the priority of the process when internally defined can be decided based on memory requirements, time limits, number of open files, ratio of I/O burst to CPU burst, etc. Whereas external priorities are set based on criteria outside of the operating system, like the importance of the process, funds paid for the computer resource use, a market factor, I suppose, etc. Cool. Okay. Types of priority scheduling algorithms. Priority scheduling can be of two types. Preemptive priority scheduling. If the new process arrives at the ready queue If the new process arrived at the ready queue has a higher priority than the currently running process, the CPU is preempted, which means the processing of the current process is stopped, and the new incoming process with higher priority gets the CPU for its execution. There are a few typos here, and I mean, look, I'm not judging, you know, the quality of content based on typos. I know I've got a few typos in the algorithm archive as well. It's just that when I see typos, there's that unconscious filter where you kind of feel like, you know, you feel like there might be something up, you know? So non-preemptive priority scheduling. In the case of non-preemptive priority scheduling algorithm, if a new process arrives with a higher priority than the current running process, the incoming process is put at the head of the ready queue, which means after the execution of the current process, it will be processed. So basically the difference is, yeah, so the difference is if you're already doing, so for us, the difference is minor, right? Because we're literally always going to be in the non-preemptive case because we're selecting something to run when nothing is currently running, right? We're selecting another exercise when we are not currently exercising. So we're always going to be in the non-preemptive case here. And again, maybe this analogy doesn't really work very well. Typos make me question the credibility for the published content. Yeah, I shouldn't, but it does. Okay. So example of priority scheduling algorithm. Consider the below table faux processes with their respective CPU burst times and their priorities. So we have P1 burst time 21, priority 2, sure. The Gantt chart for the following process based on the priority schedule can be the following. Yeah, I actually didn't know what a Gantt chart was for the longest time. I only learned during my PhD. As you can see in the Gantt chart, the processes are given CPU time just on the basis of priorities. In some sense, maybe calling this a priority scheduling algorithm, like what we're going to have to implement in code, might not be the right way to go. I think it's good that we're looking up what priority scheduling is and how it works and all this kind of stuff. But I think the analogy to priority scheduling is a bit loose. I think we're going to have to create our own scheduling method for this. Which is totally fine. The hope here is that with this hour, we can figure out, what the best scheduling method is. I think we have an idea of what we want to do, but just kind of implementing that is another story entirely. So in priority scheduling algorithm, the chances of indefinite blocking or starvation. That's not even a sentence. A process is considered blocked when it is ready to run but has to wait for the CPU as some other process is running currently. In the case of priority scheduling, if new higher priority processes keeps coming in the ready queue, then the processes waiting in the ready queue with lower priority may have to wait for longer durations before getting the CPU execution. Okay, at this stage, it just looks like it's just a priority queue, and that's all we're doing. Using aging technique with priority scheduling to prevent starvation of any process. So what is a starvation? To me, that signals, or what I'm thinking of initially, is that a starvation of a method means that it runs out of resources while running. But it might be it runs out of resources before it runs. To prevent starvation of any process, we can use the concept of aging, where we keep on increasing the priority of low priority processes based on the waiting time. For example, actually this is actually maybe a good way to go with the aging idea. For example, if we decide the aging factor to be 0.5 for each day of waiting, then if a process with priority 20, which is comparatively low priority, comes in the ready queue, after 1 day of waiting, its priority is increased to 19.5 and so on. Doing so, we can ensure that no process will have to wait for indefinite time for getting CPU time for processing. Okay, I mean, this is a lot more code than I thought it was. I thought it was going to be just some quick, it looked small. Like, it looked like it was just a little short snippet of code, but it's actually kind of a bit long. So let's go through that and see what we have. So let's read this. Implementing priority scheduling algorithm is easy. All we have to do is sort the process based on their priority and CPU burst time, and then apply a first come first serve algorithm on it. Here is the C++ code for priority scheduling algorithm. Okay, so my naive guess is the following. And I'm just going to kind of sketch out what I'm thinking of right now. Open this up in Journal, new page before. My naive guess is that we have something that's going to be called a priority queue. Priority queue. Try that one again. Q-U-E-U-E. So the idea is we literally just push things into priority queue and pop it every time step. Now the question is how does this work? So we're gonna have a list of exercises, okay? And let's just kind of color code this a bit. So green will be legs, yellow will be core, heap as well. Red will be arms. And then mobility would be blue, mob. So for example, what we're hoping to see is a leg exercise, and we're going to actually number these as well. So we have leg exercise, maybe core exercise, and then mobility exercise, and then arms exercise. And then after that, we're going to have, maybe legs again, core, mobility. This should also be 2. Mobility and arms. Now, the issue here is that, okay, so here's our list. Let me just go ahead and put this in white, and let's just think about this really quick. So we have these 4 exercises to start, then we have the second set of exercises. This is fine. Like, this is a totally fine way to do things. You start with the legs, then you do core, you do mobility, you do arms, legs, core, mobility, arms. The problem is that it kind of cycles through, and I don't know if we necessarily want to cycle through. I think what we actually want to do is make it so, we choose legs, and then it just has a refresh time, so that, after you've done a batch of 4 and you've iterated through all of these sets, then you can just randomly choose whatever you want. You don't have to do legs next, right? I don't like the idea of always doing this set order, Sounds like a mixed bag to me. Now, when you say mixed bag, is that like an algorithm construct that I should know? Or is that a mixed bag as in it's a mix of different methods? By the way, Solomon Spear, thank you so much for the +1 push-up. I'm going to add that after this hour is done. Well, okay, since you are not a repeat customer, I will add a push-up for you, but the general rule is that I only add up to 20 push-ups per I only add 20 push-ups from user requests, and I've already added 20 user requests. So I'll do 21 because again, you weren't there when I said that, but trying to keep the limit down a little bit. Okay, so mixed bag algorithm. See what we have. Looks like the same algorithm would be really useful to shuffle my songs on Spotify. Clustering fully auto mixed bag jigsaw puzzle. YouTuber James Charles salty mad about Instagram algorithm. Who cares? I don't even know who James Charles is. Oh my gosh. Mixed bag puzzle. I think the fact that new followers receive 300 points instantly doesn't bode well. Oh, I didn't realize that new followers get 300 points instantly. But also, I don't think I've gotten any new followers either yesterday or today. So like, if you're new here and you want to follow, feel free to follow and give me a push up. That's totally fine. Hey, Trash Talk, how are you? You take a set elements and go through them in a random order. Right. So what I'm thinking about is more of a. Then you do it again. Right. So in some sense, what I'm thinking of is a random selection with replacement, but I have 61,000. So again, I unfortunately couldn't make it so people could only like an individual could only request one push-up per hour. I had to make it so everyone as a group, like, it was weird. So I'm giving everyone free reign to implement push-ups, but I will not increase the push-up counter over 20 from user requests. Now, if there's over 20 errors, definitely adding more for every error, but user requests only go up to 20. I should probably specify that as well so people know. So let's go to settings, actually channel points. Let me modify that right now. Manage rewards, push-ups, edit, and I'm just gonna say up to 20 per hour. Up to 20 per hour. All right, I'm adding that in so people don't get confused. Perfect. Okay, that's 200 push-ups. I know I added one because someone didn't realize that when they came by. Okay, what do we have here? So 10K more than me. How long have you watched? Trash Talk's been here for a long time. What do we have here? Wait, where's my other sandal? Oh, for Pete's sake. Ah, oh, jeez. You guys don't see what's happening, but like, it's crazy. Ugh. Okay. So you take a set of elements and you go through them in a random order. Is that we're going through in a random order? I feel like there's a certain probability for picking each number, and that probability should increase based on the length of time it's been since the last draw. So we're going to draw like, okay, there are two factors that we need to take into account. So two factors. And these are both like aging factors in a way. So the first factor is how long has it been? We'll say age of group. So for example, if a leg exercise hasn't been chosen in a while, all leg exercises are more likely to be chosen. And then two is the age of specific exercise. Right. And so the idea is that, if a particular leg exercise like squats has been chosen, then the idea is, it's unlikely to choose that again, but the probability increases with time. So maybe you could put things back in priority queue, but you randomly select from top 5 when popping off the queue. Twitch prompted me to add the push-up. I couldn't resist. Oh, fair enough. Don't worry. So let's see. What do we have here? So you're saying maybe we have 4. Okay, let me just imagine a way this would work. Let's say we have 4 different queues. We have a leg queue, we have a mobility queue, we have a abs queue, and an arms queue, right? And then these are all then put in a meta queue. Yeah, no, this would work. Yeah, no, actually, we could literally just use. So we don't want it to be. I'm thinking about this because this would make everything kind of systematic in a way that, like, I guess that's fine. I mean, this is a very easy way to do it. I'm hoping for some shuffling, like I don't want it to be that like we always pick this one and then this one and then this one. But maybe the shuffling can happen every morning or something. It doesn't happen all the time. Like we shuffle everything, we stick it into the queue, and then we go from there. I think maybe this would be fine. And then here is just a queue. It's not even a priority queue. We just pop the top, and then we move it down here. And then every time we pop one from here, we move it back down to the bottom. I mean, this is kind of what we want to do anyway, so it's just a queue and a queue. This is hardly using any scheduling, though. Like, this is the easiest thing you could possibly do. But it prevents us from thinking about priority or anything like that. So, in some sense, that's pretty useful. Let's see. So, but the priority queue, I wanted to be able to use some sort of scheduling, you know? Like, I feel like using some sort of scheduling method would be really cool. Like, again, it helps us think more about, like, algorithms and stuff like that. And, you know, I have been thinking a lot about, you know, scheduling methods and stuff. Like, I've been wanting to do something with scheduling methods. But maybe we don't need it. Maybe for this point, we could just do a queue of a queue and just mention that, you know, it was kind of inspired by priority scheduling, and we don't really have to go into it. Like, maybe we don't need an algorithm archive chapter with this one. Maybe it's just a video, and that's totally fine. I always like having algorithm archive chapters to go with things, but honestly, if I want to get this out by April 1st, which I kind of do want to get this workout routine out by April 1st, just as like a really dumb, like, I just want to make a stupid video. It's like, you know, not like infomercial-esque, but just something that's like outside of the norm for my type of content. But I want it out on April 1st. So like worst case scenario, if people absolutely hate the video, they're like, okay, well, it was an April Fool's Day joke, so it's okay. But I have been kind of wanting to use April 1st as a way to kind of like put content out that I wouldn't normally put out. And I think that's a good time to do it. So I think for now, I'm just going to create a function that's just going to be select, you know, select exercise or something like that. And we can modify the function as we need to. But this depends on the data structure, and the data structure will be, at this point, a queue of queues. So what do you guys think? Queue of queue, or should we try to find another way to do this? There might be a way to queue of queue. It's so easy. It's just such an easy way to do it. I mean, in some sense, this is the same as a. Is there a way to put it all into one queue? Like, and just kind of assume that we have like a tree. Like a skill tree, you could imagine, but it's like an exercise tree of all the different exercises that we could put together. And no, I don't think so. I think queue of queue is the best way to do it. I think. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's what we'll do for now. I was thinking about using a priority queue. And you're saying priority queue of priority queues with random weights, initial weights, random weights, reduction and increase for each timestamp. Yeah, I think priority. Okay. Yeah. The question with that is, if everything's in a queue, how do we reconstruct the queue at every? I mean, the advantage of using a queue is that it. Maybe we don't use a queue. Maybe we use a sorted list. Okay, so it's not a queue. We use sorted list instead. Because that would work fine with sorted lists. The problem with the priority queue is that usually you're only popping the top off. Well, you know, like popping the first element or dequeuing the first element of a priority queue. So you don't typically deal with internal elements. So accessing each internal element to update the increase the weight seems a bit difficult. Unless there's a way to simulate that randomness, which I'm not sure about. Sorry, thinking this through actually takes me some. Journal new page 4. Okay, so again, maybe sorted list is the best way to do it, because then we have a weight associated with each one, and we can just sort it every time step, and then we can modify the weights, and just, you know, update them every time with a random, with both, like, you know, a random probability and also a yeah, you're right. Sorted list is the best way to do it. So you have a sorted list of sorted lists. And that's how we do it. So really what we're looking for is a sorted list list of sorted lists, of sorted lists, sorted lists, which should be a 2D array. But in this case, I don't think calling it a 2D array makes sense. And the tricky part here is going to be, so basically every time step, what we're going to do is we're going to pop the top element, pop top element, and this essentially means remove or decrease probability to 0 for that element, and select that element. And then after that, we're going to let's see, pop the top element, and then we just resort. And add some sort of aging, add, like, I don't know, 0.1 or something like that, plus some sort of random variation from 0 to 0.1 to each exercise. Something like that should be fine. So heap is probably the best data structure for that. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't judge me here. I've never actually implemented one in Julia. So let's see, calling number Julia, given type name. Let's see, base is less. Okay, that doesn't help. I mean, like, that doesn't help me at all. I'm not looking for a girl named Julia heap. Heaps data structures.jl. Heaps are data structures that efficiently maintain the minimum or maximum for a set of data that may dynamically change. Sure. Okay. So I think, are we talking about a heap and a heap? Is that what, like, heaps of heaps, and then we go from there? There are so many DSs that I've never implemented in anything. I should really get to it. A sorted list is probably implemented using a heap in one form or another. Right. So I think you're right in that using a heap is probably the best way to do this. How about that? How about let's use a heap, because I don't know how to use one in Julia in particular, and we make this kind of a stream about learning how to use it, and that could be it. And we don't have to really think about it too much. Let's see. Yeah, so let's kind of do that. So also, guys, I'm gonna be right back because after the last set of exercises, I drank a lot of water, so I'm gonna fill up on my water, and I will be back in just a minute. And then we're going to do the next. We're gonna do 20 push-ups, and then we got to do the heap of heaps, and that's what we're gonna do. So I'll be back in just a minute, and we'll go ahead and hop right onto that. So see you guys in just a minute or two. Wait. Okay, I'm back. Give me just a second. I'm going to increase the music just a hair, drop this down, and I will see you in the... This is a weird song. Maybe I should use a different... Let's do electro swing this time. Yeah, there we go. That sounds pretty good. Pretty pumpy. Okay, so I've got 20 push-ups to do. Let me just go ahead and go here, I believe. Wonderful. And should be good to go. Gotta move the microphone. Oh no. Okay, so you guys asked for 21 push-ups, so I have 21 push-ups to do. We're going to see how that goes. And then we can hop on to, I think, planks. I kind of want to do some planks. So we'll do maybe 5 minutes of planks. I think I normally do 6 minutes of planks just because I like planks. But we can do 5 because, you know, we're trying to keep these to 5 minutes. So let me put the microphone in the stand really quick. And I have the chat over here, so. Okay, again, guys, just as a reminder, you told me to do 21 push-ups, so I will do 21 push-ups. And then we should be good to go. Where's the chat? There it is. Perfect. Also, I suck at push-ups. I might have to do 2 sets of 10 instead of just a set of 21. But we'll see what we can do. Okay. Physics O, hey, how are you? We'll talk about what we're doing in just a second. Right now we're doing a workout. So give me just a second. I've got 20 push-ups to do, and then we can go from there. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. Ugh. Okay, so for those people who just came in the red, oh my gosh, came at the best time. We are doing a set where we are going to be doing basically a workout every hour on the hour for 5 minutes. So we're about to move on to the next set where we just did legs the last time, so we're going to be doing abs. The idea is that I do a push-up for every hour, and unfortunately, well, or fortunately, I allowed people to basically give me a push-up to do every hour on the hour. So I had 20 push-ups that were basically given to me by viewers to do. And now after that, we're going to do maybe 5 minutes of planks, and then we're going to get back to programming, where we're going to do, like, I don't know, like a heap of heaps to do some sort of exercise scheduler. And that's kind of what we're doing. If you guys have not seen Physics O before, feel free to check out his content. He's actually really cool. And yeah, that's where we're at. Let me check on chat. The real question, is your hair longer than mine? Probably. Let's see, someone could take some notes on good form. Look at the camera. Look at the camera that is on the ground. Oh, are you... Hello. Okay, so for anybody that wants to join in, also, I'm doing my best to keep the microphone kind of where it's supposed to be, but I think I'm not doing a very good job of it, so I apologize for that. I'm kind of looking at the volume meter over there. But yeah, for anybody that wants to join in, we're going to do about 5 minutes of planks. What do we have here? Little camera that's on the ground, I'm not so sure. We're in the Mohawk, and we'll see. No, it's good. Okay, so we're going to do, again, 5 minutes of planks. The way I'm going to do it, and it's up to you. You don't have to do the planks in the same way I do it. You do it however you want to do it. In fact, you don't even have to do planks. The main thing is that we do some sort of workout every hour on the hour to get the blood pumping and refocus ourselves on the work at hand. So for me, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start and go through the following motions. So I'll show you what I'm going to do, and then we'll do it. I'm going to start in this mode here for about 30 seconds. Actually, it's 5 minutes, so probably this for... I don't know, we'll see. But this for maybe 30 seconds. Then I'll go up to this, followed by one side, and then the back side, which will be kind of weird for viewers. I'm not sure exactly how to do that one. Then I'll go back down. So I'll go here, and then back down here. So that's my plan for the next few minutes. Let me get a watch out. And we should be good to go. So, can I do planks by eating a sandwich? If you want to, I guess that's totally fine. Also, man, this, I realize this looks kind of weird. Hello. So yeah, if anybody's ready, we can go from there. I know instead of counting pushes just a side pie. How about we do 3 minutes instead of 5 minutes? Because I've already done a few push-ups. And I don't want to make this take too long. So we'll just do 30 seconds on each one. So I'll count out for every 30-second interval. And yeah, we can just go from there. Jay's just mashing on the floor. Not a problem for me. Okay, so we'll get started in like 10 seconds or so. Well, maybe 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and 1, and go. All right, again, I'll be in this position for about 30 seconds. I have chat over here, so if you guys want to say anything, feel free to do so. Again, the idea here is that we're just kind of like multi-classing into a cam girl. Don't really know what a cam girl is, but pretty sure I'm not a girl, so I only have the cam part. But yeah, so we've been in this position for 20 seconds. We now have about 10 left, so then we'll move up to the next position. 5 seconds, 3, 2, 1, and up. Ugh. Now I'm trying to keep my back straight. I think that's actually pretty good, looking at the position. I usually am afraid that I'm a bit too... Yeah, no, I think that position's good. Okay, so we've got another maybe 15 seconds in this mode. 15 seconds. But yeah, if you guys have anything to say, any comments, questions, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know. And yeah, I'll address it when I see it in chat. We've got chat down here, so, you know, we can chat. All right, 2, 1, and switch. But yeah, actually, abs are like my favorite thing to do. The problem with this exercise routine is I'm probably going to really heavily focus on abs. I really do enjoy doing ab exercises. Like you see, I've got like a roller there. I use it every day, at least once. I usually do like 50 rolls a day. 10 seconds until switch. But yeah. Hi. So cam boy. Is that good? All right, 2, 1, and switch. Okay, so this will be 30 seconds on this side. Again, if you are following along, the idea here is that you're kind of working the obliques a bit. Anytime you do core exercise, you have to make sure that you're also working like not only like the front, but also the back, right? You've got to make sure you're working the whole area. Otherwise you run into like issues, like I've had back issues because I've only worked the front abs. Otherwise known as abs, not the back. 5 seconds until switch. 3, 2, 1, and switch. Okay, so we've got about a minute left. Looks like we already have 1 push-up for the next set, which is fine. I'll add that when we get there. Also, Kevin does chemistry. Thank you so much for following. Do you actually do chemistry on Twitch? How are you doing? All right, 15 seconds until switch. 10 seconds. But yeah, planks are one of those things that like, they get harder and harder. Like if you're following at home, this is probably a stage where you're gonna fall. So just keep in mind. Okay, down. Oh, last set. 30 more seconds. It looks like Gosh Dashida did 2 push-ups. Now, the thing is, you can only do up to 20 push-ups per hour. So if you keep queuing more and more, I'm only going to be able to do up to 20. So let's see, now we're at about 10 seconds until we're down. And let's see, 1 million get. 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're done. So again, the rules are, let's see, how many push-ups do I have here? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 push-ups for next hour. And yeah, let's go ahead and get started on the workout software. Okay. Bring this up. Put the microphone in. 1 second. I need to find a better way to do this. Ugh. I will say, Physics O's raid came at, like, the weirdest time. So, like, I do apologize for any new viewers. Ugh. Okay, so what are we doing for push-up count? I think it was 5. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that should bring us to push-up count of 5. And we should be ready to go. Oh, crap. Oh. Okay, so again, the rules for the push-ups are that I can only do up to 20 push-ups recommended from other people at a time. I think I said thanks for following. Kevin does chemistry. And yeah, we're good to go. So, if anyone's coming here from Physics O stream, hello, my name is Dr. James Schloss. I am a person that makes stuff online nowadays. Let's see. I'm probably most known for my YouTube channel, which is LeosOS. On YouTube. Here you go. Oh, shut up me. And also, let me change the music now because it's getting kind of annoying. And drop this down just a hair. So that should be fine. Oh, it only does one push-up? Should be. I think that'll bring me up to 5. What are we now? Oh, now I'm at 7. Crap. Let's remove a few. How do I suck that much? Second. And now we should be at 5? Perfect. Okay, 5 push-ups. That's where we should be. But yeah, I do physics stuff. I'm mostly known for my YouTube channel, LeosOS. Go ahead and give you guys a link here. But I also am known for the algorithm archive. Oop. Algorithm archive here. So it's just kind of as many algorithms as you can put into a single book. That's kind of the idea. And the idea is you can go to any chapter here, like for example, convolution in 1D, and you can change the language. Well, we only have Julia for that one. But you can change the language between any of these guys, and what it will do is it will change the code blocks associated with the code for that language. So here it is an emoji code, Go, JavaScript, Lua, so on and so forth. So the idea is that we're kind of filling out this book on algorithms to make it as, you know, robust and interesting as possible, to keep as many people engaged, to teach as much as we can in a new and an interesting way, and that's kind of what we're doing. So right now, I'm actually working on something that will probably turn into more or less an April Fool's Day joke, I guess you could say, where we are going to be creating a workout routine specifically for people who want to follow what I've been doing recently on stream, where I do like a 5-minute workout every hour on the hour. And so as of the last hour, we were trying to figure out the best way to do this, and we think the way we're going to do this is basically implement a heap in Julia, and just basically create a list of exercises to work through, and then every hour on the hour, it kind of chooses what exercises we're going to do, and then we just kind of have to figure out how to go from there. Let me catch up on chat here. Actually, I'm now a math teacher. What Trash Talk said. Yeah, what grades do you teach? Definitely. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a great day. Do you plan to scale difficulty of the workout programs as exercise gets easier for different people? Yeah, definitely. So like for me, for example, I would probably say that I'm probably on the higher end of people who do working out. Like, I'm not like an Olympic athlete or anything, but like I work out regularly, at least an hour a day, usually an hour or 2 a day. And so because of that, I feel like probably, you know, specifically with the core exercises, I'm probably a bit stronger than most people probably are. Certainly not as strong as some people, but probably if you're just watching this on Twitch, I probably have a stronger core than just the average Joe. So for that, I mean, like, for example, even with the planks, I imagine doing 3 minutes straight of planks is pretty difficult for some people. So definitely the difficulty has to scale. I was thinking about not even having a difficulty there, just saying, yeah, just do as many squats as you feel comfortable with, because the idea isn't necessarily to be like, oh, this is a rigorous exercise routine. If you do it, you're going to lose 10 pounds in 20 days or something. Like, that's not the idea. The idea is just to get your blood flowing and to really emphasize the interval nature of the work that you're doing. Just to do a 5-minute exercise, get the blood flowing, refocus yourself on what you're going to do next, and choose what that thing is going to be for the next hour. So for example, for the next hour here, what I'm going to try to do is basically create the Julia package and just flesh out the skeleton for how this is all going to work. And that's kind of my goal for this hour. And then we're going to do another set. We haven't done an arm set, but actually I can't think of too many things I can do with my arms besides push-ups, which I'm already doing. So maybe actually we should do a stretching set, actually, probably next. I think that's actually probably best to do a stretching set, because I haven't done any of those today. And I always forget to do them. I don't know if this is the same with everyone, but like, stretching is one of those things that I just kind of like, I don't do enough of, and I know I don't do enough of. So it's something that I really need to add into that mobility set. It's hard to do other mobility things like jump roping, which I normally do, specifically because it's hard to do jump roping inside. And I mean, I guess I could bring my camera outside for a second, but I don't know, it's kind of weird. I don't want to, like, it's weird. So, okay. So let's go ahead and flesh out the Julia package. Again, we're just going to, I'm not sure if it's going to stay in Julia for the whole time, but just to kind of get things going, it's going to be in Julia. So let's go ahead and, I think this is where we want to be. So CD projects, Swole Leos, L is here. Okay, so this is something I always forget how to do, how to actually create a package in Julia. So I guess creating a package in Julia. I know this sounds dumb, but I always forget how to do it. Generate hello world. Okay, so if I go over here and I do generate, and I guess that has to be Swoleos. It should do, yeah, I think I have to go into Julia first. So if I do Julia, and then I do into the package mode, and then generate Swoleos, see what that does. Okay, so now we're going to do Control D, L is here, cd into Swoleos, L is here. Okay, so project automl, if we do Alice on source, we have swoleos.jl. Perfect. So now I want to do Julia, a double dash project, and then using revise. And we'll turn this into a Git package later if we need to. Did I miss any push-ups? I don't think I did. If I miss anything, let me know. I'm trying my best to keep track of everything. No manifest.toml file found, static path used. I think that's fine. So what are we actually going to have to use here? Probably one thing that we're going to have to do is add data structures. Yep. That's probably something we need to add. Because we're probably going to have to use a heap or something like that. And now let's just kind of think about what we need. High school algebra 2. Oh, it sounds cool. I mean, honestly, the truth is having good math teachers in high school is absolutely essential. And I feel like a lot of people just don't have good math at all, even in undergraduate, you know? I feel like I had good elementary school math and maybe even junior high math. But when I got into high school, really the math education just dropped off for me. It wasn't really good. So specifically algebra 2, right? Like that's when I learned about matrix multiplication and everything. And I feel like a lot of students nowadays, they don't know matrix multiplication by the time that they go into high school or into university, which was kind of an eye opener for me. I was anticipating almost everyone knows what this thing is. But apparently that's not always true, you know? I have a drinking problem. Water went everywhere and oh boy. Okay, anyway, that's fine. So now we're going to do, go back. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over here. CD back a directory, CD back another directory, CD into Swoleos, L is here. Perfect. And let's just run Julia double dash project. There. Okay, CD into source. Let's think about what we actually need here. Fun letters for numbers. What even is that? I think that's algebra 1. Algebra 2 is a bit different. So we added a push-up. Let's go ahead and add that push-up here. So we're at 6 push-ups for the next hour. I don't know. I'm going to get to matrices this year either. That's fair too. I mean, like, I don't know. I just feel like everything can basically be understood if you understand matrices, and I feel like they're not taught particularly well. I mean, like, in general, I'm not saying that you don't teach them well. I'm saying that in general, people don't learn them very well. Obviously, because linear algebra is like one of the hardest classes to learn to do in undergraduate. I don't know what I'm going to... Somehow I missed something. Amaris redeemed another push-up, so let's add another push-up to the counter. Okay, so let's think about what the directory structure will be here. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a directory for all the exercises. So probably we're going to want to do exercise. Maybe, in fact, I just want an exercise list, right? So let me actually go back. L is here, and let's just do... I probably want in like a CSV file or something, like a list of exercises. So let's do that first, because I think that's going to be easy to do. So let me just go ahead and make directory, and we're going to call it exercises. All right, cd into exercises, L is here. And I guess I'm just going to do like a legs.dat, an arms.dat, a core.dat, and stuff like that. So let's just kind of fill it in and think about things that we're going to need. So let's start with core. Core.dat is what I'm going to call it. Just data for the core. And we're going to do planks. Planks will be the name of the exercise. Probably what we want to do is we want to have a time allocated to it. So let's do a difficulty setting. Ooh, this could get complicated pretty quickly. Okay, so let's do the following. So we're going to do exercise. So here we're trying to figure out what the data file, what the data structure is going to be. And we go from there. Linear algebra becomes so much easier when you realize that quaternion product is equal to cross product minus dot product. Yet there's so many things that become easier when you start thinking about things in a particular way, you know? But the thing is, a lot of times that intuition is different for different people. Like, specifically, this is not linear algebra, but Fourier transforms are one of those things where, like, when you learn Fourier transforms, I can almost guarantee that your understanding of Fourier transforms started at a different stage than anyone else's understanding. Like, I don't think I've ever met two people who both simultaneously feel that they have an understanding of how Fourier transforms work, to agree on a universal, like, how do I put this? A universal way to teach it. Like a universal way that is intuitive for most people. And it's kind of weird. You'd expect that at some stage, people would generally say that, this is how you teach Fourier transform. This is the way to do it. But no, that's not true. In fact, I don't think that's true for most mathematical things. Like, this is why, like, nowadays people are getting really pissed off at, like, new math or whatever. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. New math is kind of the same as old math. It's just maybe a bit more intuitive for certain people. I learned the underlying meaning of matrices with Grant's matrix multiplication as a function of composition video when in my first year of higher education. That's probably fair. I feel the same way about teaching chirality with chemistry, I assume. Actually, it's been a long time since I did chemistry, like a long time, but I used to love it in high school. It was honestly, I was thinking about either going through chemistry or going through physics when I left high school. Well, no, when I left high school, I wanted to be an author. And look at me now. But no, when I left high school, I wanted to be an author. And then I started thinking about, like particular sciences, and I kind of settled on physics, but honestly, chemistry was such a close second. I didn't want to do biology though, because that was all just, to me, it felt like rote memorization. I know it's not, but it felt that way, and I'm not good with memorization. Okay, so what do we actually have to keep here? So we have to keep exercise, we have to keep difficulty, and we have to keep probably we only need to keep. This is a question, actually. Now I need to think about this. So when are users going to initialize this? So journal, new page before. How is a user going to interact with this right now? So user interaction. Right. So what I think we should probably do is have the user invoke the code, and then it will give them a set. And so the user basically says, the user inputs the time, how many hours, they want to be doing this exercise, whether it's for a day, maybe 8 hours, or for a week, like a set of days where you do 8 hours a day or something like this. And then I think that's all they need to spit out. This, oh no, there's one other thing that they need. They also need chosen difficulty settings. Settings. Right. So my guess is that really all we need to do here is keep the exercise and the difficulty. And then we need each of these exercises internally to scale. So for example, if this person says that, squats are 10 out of 10 difficult, then probably we only want to give them like maybe 10 squats to do instead of 100, Yeah, maybe that's what we want. Also, I learned to use Dirac's Broquette notation for linear algebra this year. And I don't understand why it's not taught that much more. Honestly, Broquette notation was one of those things that was way more intuitive for me as well. There's a lot of background jargon that you have to memorize before you get to the critical thinking part of bio. Right. Because it's not usually taught as maths. It's introduced as a utility in some physics problems. And then the mathematical aspect to it is just, just remember this, right? That's why I also really into chemistry and physics instead. It was for quantum cryptography course though. Yeah, honestly, Broquette notation is used all the time in physics, and it's actually really, I enjoy it. I used it all the time, and I find it really, I don't know, I like it. Also, guys, let me know what you guys are thinking about this kind of like athletics and algorithms thing. We're gonna be doing it for probably this week, but I'm not sure. I want to keep doing the interval training after that. Like, I actually think that being able to do a 5-minute exercise every hour on the hour allows me to stream for longer because it keeps my motivation up for the stream, right? Like yesterday, I streamed for 4 hours and it really did not feel like 4 hours of stream. It felt like at most 1 hour of stream. It was so short. And I think that's a direct consequence of being able to get physically active and just start working out. Like, I'm not the type of person that can just sit at my desk for like 4 hours straight. Like, I just can't do that. I have to get up. I have to move around. And I think one of the reasons my stream stamina was so low is because I was just sitting in a chair and not doing anything. And so having these exercises that we can kind of do every hour, maybe together, maybe not, just, maybe you guys are just staring at me while I'm doing planks, which is kind of creepy, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I should have thought of that before I started streaming it, but it's too late now to go back on that one. But the point is, like, doing that every hour does genuinely allow me to stream for longer. And so in some sense, yeah, maybe giving up 5 minutes of stream every hour might be a bit, people don't like that. On the other hand, it's adding hours to stream. So I think it's probably a fair trade for most people. Okay, so let's think about what users actually have to input here. So on the one hand, I believe that this particular data file will be modified with time. Like, for example, people will say that planks are harder, and so, the difficulty will be increased. So what we want, I think this is the only thing that we want users to input, though. So I think they want to input the time that they want this to work over, and then the difficulty settings, right? As Andrew Johnson put it in a skit, undergrads don't like Dirac notation because they want to be able to see exactly what's going on, and grad students love Dirac notation because it allows them to see everything that's going on. Right. My lecturer said that he taught the Dirac notation for a second year linear algebra, and those students didn't understand why it wasn't taught either. Right. Like, that's the thing. Like, in some ways it is an abstraction. Like, everyone knows it's an abstraction. Everything is an abstraction, right? But the question is, what abstractions are actually useful and which ones aren't? Okay, so here's where I'm going to eat my... This is the thing. So let's get to. So Dirac notation is a way to... Okay, I usually see it in terms of... So you've seen this notation before. I think, Trash Talk, I've used this before on stream, where you have, for example, psi star psi, right? I usually use broadcat notation in this way, where the ket here is indicative of essentially an integral over all space from here to here of psi. Now, here's the thing. I know in linear algebra it's probably used much more than that. I just use it in the physics sense. So I might be kind of like thinking about a different thing than what everyone else is thinking of. But for me, it's kind of a set of elements that you can act on. And then it is physically interpreted into this probability density type of thing. So think of it basically as a way to represent a vector in a way. And that's kind of it's just a way to represent a vector in a more concise mathematical notation. Is kind of the way I would say it. But you've seen it on stream before, meaning this thing. So, yeah. If you have seen it on stream before. I used it maybe last year. So it might have, because I haven't streamed in a while, so it might have been a while. Now people in chat are going to get really pissed off because they're going to be like, oh, but I know it is this thing, and that's totally fine. I'm really sorry. Like, that's why probably I shouldn't have been talking it up so much. But yeah. So let's go back to working out. Okay, so for the user interaction, I really do think the only thing we want users to implement is the time and then their default difficulty settings. And then I think what we want them to do is to be able to just kind of like pick their exercises by modifying the exercise.dat files that we give them. And I think that's totally fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. So they could just, for now, they modify the exercise.dat files. Exercise.dat files. Yep, seems cool. Now, the scheduling bit, we'll talk about that later. Let's get the exercise.dat files kind of figured out right now. Because I think the only things we need in there right now are... See, this is where things get a little bit complicated. So how do we interpret the difficulty settings? That's my question. And I don't actually know the best way to do this because, for example, squats, basically instead of calling a vector v, we call it as the ket of v. And instead of a dot product of v, u with v being this, it's that. Yeah, that's essentially right. Yeah. Okay. So how do we interpret the difficulty settings? I'm gonna say diff set. How do we know this? So, for example, if this is where I'm gonna need some sort of chat interaction. If you have ideas, let me know because I'm kind of a bit lost here. So, we'll say squats. Right? Squats, we're going to say are, for some people, 10 out of 10 difficult, right? Okay, so what does that mean? That means that when squats come up in the queue, we're not going to like avoid squats in the queue. They're going to come up in the queue. But the question is, what do we do with them? Well, if they're incredibly difficult, we're going to lower the amount of squats that someone has. So if squats are 0 out of 10 difficult, we might say, okay, do 200 squats. If 200 squats too many, how many squats can you do reasonably in 5 minutes? Let me just... Okay, so a single squat, you're down and up. How long does that take? That takes probably a second. Okay, I mean, probably doing 200 squats in 5 minutes. That's probably a lot, isn't it? I mean, I was doing 50 squats earlier, and that took me, but I had a lot of rest. Okay, well, we figure it out anyway. So probably if squats are really difficult, we say 10. If they're not very difficult, we do 20, and we can just do a linear scale between these guys. On the other hand, planks are more of a duration exercise, right? So for planks, you might go anywhere between 5 minutes of planks, at the large scale, right? So 5 minutes, or 1 minute, or maybe even 30 seconds of planks. You know. So that was 3 minutes. Let's do 30 seconds, shall we? 150 is more, right? But the concept here is 0 out of 10. Like, I'm hoping that no one's at 0 out of 10. Like, the idea is that it's a level that people are probably not going to get to. So it's supposed to be like, you know, you're like an Olympic athlete level. So probably, honestly, 200 might be too small. Like maybe this like 300 is what we should be shooting for. But anyway, the point is like we have some sort of scale. It doesn't matter for this argument. So I think what we want is for the data file to have the exercise, the difficulty, but then the way in which it scales. Scale method, for example. So, for example, does it scale in duration? Does it scale in repetitions? Does it scale in, how does it scale, right? And I think that's how we're going to do it. So you could scale in repetitions, you could scale in duration. Is there any other way that you could scale that you guys can foresee? Because right now I can only think of those two, but I'm sure I'm missing something, right? And then also we probably want at the very end a description. Description. Okay, come on. That's probably what we want. Okay. So probably what we're gonna do, I think what we should do is we should have a way to type of exercise like side plank versus side plank with top leg lifted. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. I think in the description though, I think maybe that should be in the description. We have another push-up. I will go ahead and add that in. Can I do this? Does that work? I'm trying the other. I set the keybind to be, yep, that worked. To be left Windows key and then the plus, but I was going to see if it worked with the right one. It turns out it does. Okay, so what I think we should do is actually have two different files then. We have, oh no, we can keep this all in the same file. The person's physical condition, since you mentioned it. Yeah, so that, the idea would be that would be in the difficulty, right? So for example, naturally we say that planks are 5 everything is by default 5 in difficulty, right? And then we, the user, after doing a particular thing, will say, this is actually pretty difficult. Let me lower the difficulty of this particular exercise, right? Or increase the difficulty of this particular exercise or something like that. So that would be the idea. So probably what we want is, do we want this all in the same file? I don't know if we want this all in the same file or not. So what I'm imagining is having the following. So we do need a data file. Can I just scroll down? Is this going to work? Yeah, that'll work. So we need a data file that gives exercise. So we'll do exercise. And then we want basically, I guess, thing at 0. So like 0, 10. I'm going to try to explain this. I'm not very good at this. Default difficulty and then description. Okay. And the idea is, so for example, if you're doing planks, then at 0, we're going to be 30 seconds of planks. At 10, we're going to be 5 minutes of planks, because that's actually as much as we can do. The difficulty here for most people, we're going to put at 5, which would put it at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, maybe, or maybe 3 minutes or something. And then in the description, we say, if you wanted to make it more difficult, you do these things. So I think this will be like the default file that we provide people. And then the question is, how do users implement their own specified difficulty? And this is why I think maybe we should move this column into another file entirely that the users get to implement, which is just going to be exercise and then difficulty. So it's just going to be plank, and then they say, oh, planks are super difficult, so it's going to be a difficulty of 10 for them. And because it's a difficulty of 10, then we lower the amount of planks that you have to do. Does that make sense? No, maybe it should be difficulty of 0. It's low, right? I'm getting confused myself. So difficulty will be how difficult you want the exercise to be. So yeah, like if you have a lower difficulty setting, it should be easier to do the thing, I think. Right? Yeah, that makes sense. So I think this is what we want to do. We want to have the models for all the different exercises, and then we have all about, we have everything else after that. How about it gets calculated as an average or something through a test in the file? Another push-up. All right. Let's see. What do you mean it gets calculated as an average or something through a test in that file? So you're saying the user at the end of every exercise... I mean, it's not that interactive, right? Like, right now it's just a Julia file, so I can't just have them press a button and say, planks were tough. You know? And I'm not entirely sure if I want to, like, for the first iteration, I don't know if we really want to go full UI and make it very difficult. I think we just want something simple, just to say, here's something we did. You know, not like, here's something you should do too. Because I think I'm actually pretty adamant that people should not be following a workout routine that was just made at random by me, you know? Like, if people are really clamoring for a UI, maybe I'll consider it, but I'm pretty sure they won't be. Like a really fancy UI. Yeah, no, I think this is probably what we want. So we'll do 2 different files. So we'll have, I don't know if I should call them model abs or if I should call them, so we're gonna do. Okay. Wait. What are you okaying? I feel like I missed something. So here I'm gonna do. Scale. Reps. Not. Reps. 10. Default difficulty. And then description. I think that's what we want. Exercise, reps at 0, reps at 10. I misspelled reps. There we go. Default difficulty and then description. And then we want to do, so we're going to right and quit that. And this is just core.dat. You know what? Screw it. You know, I'm gonna ask them to modify core.dat. Like, just modify it directly. You know, don't make this more difficult than it has to be. So we're going to move this into legs, or actually copy core.dat into legs.dat, and then copy core.dat into arms.dat, and then we're going to copy core.dat into mobility.dat. Okay, and also just on the note of mobility, at the next top, we're going to be doing actually a stretch set. Just kind of doing some basic stretches, mainly of legs, because I've been doing a lot of leg exercises unconsciously recently. But we'll also do some maybe downward and upward facing dog and stuff like that. So, but really, really struggling to do, like, you know, a good long, you know, like stretch set. I think that's important, and a lot of people miss out on that. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just start fleshing out the exercises just to see if this model actually works. Let's go to vi-core.dat. So let's start with the first exercise, which is going to be plank. The reps at 0 will be, we're going to do 0.0330. The reps at 10 are going to be 5 minutes. Zero. Then we're going to do default difficulty. We're going to say is a 5. And then we do description. You say we don't need much UI. I was suggesting that there would be a list of things like number of push-ups, time, then calculate that level they're in. I see what you're saying. Okay, no, that's actually a good idea. So the user implements. So every time a new exercise is selected, the user then says, okay, how many push-ups can you reasonably do in 5 minutes? And in that way, Yeah. And then in that way, they do the push-ups and they're like, okay, turns out, I can only really do 50 push-ups in 5 minutes. That's fine. Okay. So you can only do 50 push-ups in 5 minutes. So in that case, we say, and they're always given a score. Yeah. And so then we say, okay, that's, roughly a 5. I don't know. Like that's average, or something like that. And then that's their difficulty setting. I think in that case, we're still going to, I think having this kind of like thing still makes sense. Like having a set of exercises that, that we kind of draw from makes a lot of sense. So like still having this kind of like master, like overview of all the different exercises makes sense. So we can say, hey, you're at difficulty 6 or difficulty 5. But I think you're right, for UI, that makes a lot of sense. I like that. Okay. So what do we do for descriptions here? So we do, should we like find a website that just gives everyone like exercises? So like, exercise.com. Let's do exercises you can do at home. Dance workout DVDs. Oh yeah. I don't know what we should do. I mean, a lot of this is kind of like go at your own pace, So maybe we don't really need a description right now. Yeah, maybe we go without the description. Let's just get something working. And we go from there. Let's not do the description. The 90s just kicked in. Okay, so what are the core exercises? Obviously, we have crunches, which probably are a reps type of thing. So for the crunches, what we will do is, I mean, how many crunches are reasonable? I would say doing 50 crunches is not hard. So I would say probably the upper end would probably be, I don't do crunches very often. I do bicycle crunches. But feel free to correct me, but I would say that probably a low number of reps would be 30 and a high number of reps would be 200. That's what I would say. And then the default difficulty, again, we're just going to set to be 5. 3,000 in 3 minutes. Whoa. We're not Goku here. Like, there was that, I don't know, my roommate and I used to watch Dragon Ball Super, and there was this stupid episode where Beerus was like, Goku, you need to do 300 million sit-ups and then we'll fight again. And he's like, okay, and he just starts doing sit-ups, and he does it in like, I don't know, like an insanely short amount of time. So bicycle crunches, I think it'll split along spaces, but I'm not entirely sure. It might accidentally split. We'll see what happens. So we'll do bicycle crunches. I think a low number of bicycle crunches is going to be, I think, again, we're looking at 30. And a high number is going to be, how many crunches can you reasonably do in 5 minutes? We might need to test that. But I reckon probably, I mean, I can do 50 crunches without too much trouble, do a rest. I think 150 is about midway, so I think 300 is about right. Difficulty setting of 5. What I'm trying to do is make it so, like, my difficulty is probably a 5. That's what I'm trying to set it as. So, for example, with planks, we just did 3 minutes of planks. Somewhere in between 30 seconds and 5 minutes is going to be 3 minutes, right? So that's about a 5. So we do bicycle crunches. What other exercises can we do? Well, let's just kind of think about some other stuff too. So let's go into VI legs.dat, and obviously we have squats. Let me fix all of them. I quit. Go into mobility.dat. Okay, and VI arms.dat. Now I don't have too many things for arms. Obviously we have push-ups and dips. So push-ups. The reps at 0 is going to be 20. The reps at, honestly, doing 200. It seems like insane, but probably difficulty 5. Is there going to be an MP4 player that plays, or a description that shows up so the user knows how to do specific exercises? If we were doing this correctly, the answer would be yes. But we're kind of just doing something ad lib just to do it, And then if people want more, like, we can add more to it. It's kind of like just to get something that runs on my end so that I can just kind of have this work out for me. Like, in some sense, this is for me. If other people want to use it, they can. But I'm just trying to think of, if we're going to use this on stream, or if I'm going to use this for my daily life, which is something that I do very regularly, another push-up, then, you know, I probably want to make it so I have some way to just easily grab what exercises I'm going to be doing next, you know? So what I'm hoping for is to basically say, hey, I want to do, you know, I want to have my set of exercises ready to go for the next week, for example. And so I'll say, you know, give me all of the exercises I'm going to do for the next week for 8 hours a day, you know, and then we're just going to select from that chart or something like that. I suppose in essence, it would be, I'm just not sure how to like make it so you can, I'm not sure how to make it so you can like select the next exercise on the fly. Like that's the thing that I'm actually probably not going to be able to do, that I would love to be able to do, but I don't really know how. So push-ups, dips. Okay, so a low number of dips would be, again, we're just going to say 20. Like my lowest one is 20. And then high number of dips. What did we do last time? So I think we did 100 last time. So I think 200 is also probably right here. And then 5. Yeah, that's probably correct. So I'm just putting a few in everything. So let's go into VI mobility. And here we're going to do jump rope, jump rope. And probably reps. I usually do doubles. I usually do 100 doubles of jump ropes. So probably for this, actually probably for jump rope, we want a duration. So we're going to say lowest one is going to be 1 minute. The highest one is going to be 5 minutes. Difficulty settings 5. You guys might be like, if anyone's done jump roping for a while, I mean, I think you'll understand that like jump roping is actually kind of difficult. So now we're going to do double unders. Double unders, which are just doubles. And we're going to say low number is 10, high number is 100, difficulty 5, something like this. I normally do 100 actually, so let's just change this to 200. And that should be fine. So I think that'll do okay. And now we're going to do some for mobility. Oh, we're already in mobility. I also want to do stretches. Stretching. And honestly, this one's just always going to be 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Difficulty 5. Is that going to offer an issue? Well, actually, my idea here was that, you know, if you see something in this mode, without, basically you search for the colon. If there's a colon, you know it's going to be in duration, and if it is a number, you know it's going to be repetition. That was my hope, that based on how you specify what you're doing at difficulty 0 and what you're doing at difficulty 10, you can then specify what the type is. So that was my hope. Did I do everything? Cat star? That's an error. Cat star. I think everything. Oh, except for, what did I forget? We have planks, push-ups, dips. Oh, legs. VI legs. I'm just adding stuff to each of these guys. So we're gonna do squats. Again, we're gonna do maybe 20. 200, I don't know, I just made stuff up. Difficulty 5, and then the next one's going to be, what else do we have here? So we have squats. Let's just do lunges maybe, and we're going to do just 20, 200. This is just kind of just to see if things work or not. And then we can fill in all the different exercises later. The next thing I want to do is, just since we have this kind of going and ready to go, I'm now going to do get init, dot. Initialized an empty Git repository, Git status, VI readme, swoleos. This is a simple repository to basically, hello. This is a simple repository to, how are we gonna put this? To basically select an exercise, a short exercise to do for roughly 5 minutes, roughly 5 minutes every hour. Okay, we'll add more to the README later. Let's go ahead and add a license. So I'm just going to copy the license from anything else. Where do I want to grab the license from? Probably algorithm archive. And then I'm sure we have a license.md. Move that here. VI license, which is 2021. Perfect. Okay. Get status. Get add dot. Get status again. Okay. Get commit. Dash m. Adding directory structure. Oh, actually, you know what I probably want to do? That's probably fine. Get init. Get commit dash m. Adding directory structure. All right. And now we should just be able to push that. Let's go ahead and create it. GitHub.com. Oh, I thought it was really stupid. New repository. Repository name is going to be swole. Oh, come on. Swole Laos. 5 minutes of exercise every hour on the hour. Okay, I'm not going to do any of this because I already did all that. Create repository. And now I should just be able to set the remote. Oh, that's what I want. SSH. Perfect. So get remote add origin. Grab this guy. Okay, get remote dash v. Get push origin. I guess master. Actually, get branch. Am I on master branch? Yeah, get push origin master. Okay, cool. So that is now up. And I think we have the idea for the data structure down. I'm pretty happy with that. And now we have to think about how we're actually going to put that into Julia and everything. And I think what we want to do is actually use dataframes.jl. L is here. I probably shouldn't have committed the manifest.toml. That actually might have been a mistake, but that's okay. We can kind of figure that out as we go along. So probably what I want to use is dataframes.jl. So let's go ahead and add data frames. And yeah, let me get some water really quick. Also, I thought I used an ASCII terminal. Why? Okay, anyway, it's fine. Anyway, if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know, and I'll totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. I'm doing what I can to, kind of think about things that people wouldn't ordinarily do, and just kind of do those things. So again, like adding athletics and algorithms is one thing that I'm putting together. But if there's, something else that you kind of want to see me do, like maybe that, I'm uniquely capable of doing, which is basically nothing, but let's pretend there was something I was uniquely capable of doing. In that case, let me know. I'm trying to get like more people involved in the process of like learning math and algorithms and stuff like that. And I don't really know the best way to do that, except for, apply algorithms in a way that people aren't typically used to. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And again, I do realize that nowadays there's so many people who are making like superb math content on YouTube and even on Twitch as well. And I would just, I definitely recommend, you go and watch those people. But I'm starting to feel like, again, I need to do some stuff that really helps me stand out a bit more. That's kind of the goal. Not even stand out, just like things that aren't stepping on other people's toes, And I'm pretty sure very few people are going to do the algorithms and athletics thing, right? That's something that I can fairly confidently say people are not going to do. But I feel like there's more to it than that. Like, I feel like, you can always find like a stupid application to an algorithm that people don't typically know about or wouldn't typically think of. And I think this is where kind of our content could shine here. Also, the community interaction is something that I do a lot of and a lot of other people don't do. So anyway, I'm just kind of rambling a bit because, we're about to reach the hour. And with the interval training method, I'm taking a quick break, really quick. Just to kind of relax before the next set and stuff like that. So if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, you guys want to talk about anything in particular, feel free to let me know. I do want to very quickly just briefly about some other stuff as well, before moving on to the next bit. So I think we've done a decent amount this hour. We figured out what we're going to do with the UI. We figured out how they're going to set the difficulty and all that kind of stuff. Again, not ideal. In fact, let's go ahead and write down some of the stuff that we didn't talk about yet. Let me go ahead and add a push up to the counter. Thank you, Jeffter. Really appreciate that. Okay, so now we're going to do next. Let me go into the README and let's just notate some of the stuff that we need to do still. So list of things to do. So the first thing that we need to do is implement, I'm just going to say heap of heaps to basically select exercise. All right. The next thing we want to do is allow user to specify difficulty by inputting desired number of repetitions. I think I misspelled repetitions. I wrote repetitions, which is completely wrong. Repetitions. Is that right? Repetitions? Repetitions, I guess. Let's see. So implement heaps of heaps to select exercise. Allow users to specify difficulty by inputting desired number of repetitions. Seems fine. So what else do we want to do here? Since you worked with such machinery, is there a difference between algorithms written for supercomputers and regular computers? I would say there is a big difference, actually. Sounded like a record scratch. Wait, what sounded like a record scratch? Me saying repetitions? Repetitions. I think that's correct. But yeah, I would say there is actually a big difference between people writing code for supercomputers and people writing code for their just regular computers. And that difference is that for supercomputers, you're typically pushing everything up against, first of all, a scheduler, which I know you have to do with your regular computer, but it's at a different scale. So you really have to think about like how you're making use of the parallelism that you're getting on the supercomputer. That's number one. Number two is how you're dealing with the data processing, how you're dealing with the memory management and stuff like that, which you typically have to deal with a little bit more from there. What are you going to put into a song? What did I do? Like, anyway, and the other part, yeah, so between dealing with parallelism and dealing with data flow, I think you have to think about these in a bit of a different way than you typically would on your normal computer. So I think that's probably the big differences between writing code on your computer and supercomputers. Oh, you lost power. Oh, wow. I hope everything's okay. Yeah, I don't know why you lost power, but I'm really hoping that it comes back on soon. You have 9 minutes before the next exercise. So I'm kidding. No one cares about that, but I care about it a little bit, but not that much. Okay. So we want to implement heaps of heaps to select the exercise, and we want to allow users to specify the difficulty by inputting the desired number of repetitions. So next hour, we're going to focus on this. And then we will, what else do we need to do? I think that'll be it for our very simple implementation of swoleos.jl. Oh, it should have been .jl. Why am I so dumb? It should be swoleos.jl. Oh no. We have to change it right now. .jl. Rename. Okay, and let's grab this here and over here. Okay, we're gonna do write and quit. Get remote. What is it? Change? Add origin. Changing remote. And get. I got it back up, but my microwave won't work anymore. That is a very weird thing to not work anymore. Set URL, that's what it is. It's set-URL. Get remote, set URL, origin, bam. That's it. Wonderful. Get remote-v. Okay, so we should be good to go. Yeah, I think honestly we can get just a working version of this. Oh, there's one more thing we have to do. Allow user to specify time over which Swoleos will work. Weeks, days, hours, etc. Okay, so I'm hoping to get both 1 and 3 done by the end of the day. That's my goal, because that'll give us a working version. So 1 and 2 done by the end of the day, and that'll give us a working version of this to kind of to go off of. And then I think maybe, yeah, I mean that'll be enough for me, honestly. The question is, will it be enough for anyone else? I don't know. Does anyone actually want to do this? That's the question. I don't know. Again, I was just kind of wanting to get something up and running. It might be for a, I do kind of want to make a video on this, but I'm not sure if I actually want to, like, if I want like an algorithm archive chapter on anything related to it. Maybe it's just a video, and maybe it's not even a video. I don't know. If I was going to make a video on it, I actually, since we're kind of waiting for the next bit to start, let me do journal, new page before. I don't know, are any of these clickable? Like, for example, I could do interval training my life, interval chotomate. Change this to be, it is white, select. Okay. Training my life. The next one that we could do is for each error, I do 1 push-up. Yeah, like, what else could we do here? The Swoleos workout routine, my workout plan, an algorithm to burn fat. That's actually not bad. That would be, for an April Fool's Day joke, an algorithm to burn fat, the fat burning algorithm, that wouldn't be so bad. Like, especially if in the video I do a before and after photo where like I literally look the same before and after because it's only been a week, so obviously I couldn't burn any fat. But yeah, like, are any of these clickable is the question. I think this one's actually not bad. Like something like this, the fat burning algorithm, the exercise algorithm. Not sure. The optimal fat burning method. But I can't guarantee any optimality here. Like, I mean, if I was using some sort of AI, maybe I could, but I can't guarantee any optimizations here. So just a fat burning algorithm could work. Interval training my life. I'd like this one, but I don't think anyone's going to Google this one. Like this one I think has the best chance of being viral. But this one is probably, I don't know, the one that people will click on. What if your computer told you how to exercise? I mean, that'd be like a tagline for it. I don't think people would click on that one. That one would be, the title's too long for people to click on, I think. Anyway, I'm thinking about it, like, I think this would make a good April Fool's Day, video. Like, it's not crazy. It's just something that I could do, just to kind of be like, here's our April Fool's Day, video for this year, and then we go from there. So I'm relatively happy with that concept. I don't know. We'll see. But also, I am going to be streaming somewhat regularly from now on. If you guys have ideas or things that you think would make stream better, feel free to let me know about that as well. Since we're rounding out on the hour and we're kind of waiting on the next exercise, I think I'm going to start the next interval a bit early, and go ahead and start to do the 12 push-ups I have ready to go, and then we'll start doing the next Nerd Gets Swole by Coding Gone Wrong. How would it go wrong? I have no idea how this would, how it could go so wrong that people would be like pissed off about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and do my 12 push-ups now, and then we will start getting ready for just the 5 minutes of stretching. We'll do relatively straightforward stretching and then go from there. Emrys did another push-up, so now I have 13 push-ups to do, and that is totally okay. So let's get ready for it, and we'll go from there. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop this screen up, and just kind of get the music going and stuff like that. So now you have more. Thanks. So we're gonna do the, I guess, electro swing again. Let me maybe increase the volume on your end, something like this. Okay, and then I think if I do lights on, workout screen, you can see my leg, don't look at my leg, and let's go. Oh, perfect. Okay, so I think I have 13 push-ups to do. Let me go ahead and get everything situated, and we'll do those push-ups. And then I will do the next bit, which will just be, again, 5 minutes of stretching. Nothing crazy. Okay. Leg pull-up chat. Oh. And did I miss anything in chat? No, you got more. Amherst's last chat. And I should be welcome. So if I say hi, you should be able to see me. Hi. Yeah, it seems to be working. Cool. Okay. So again, 13 push-ups, and then we'll move on to the next thing. So. All right. Wow. This is better than 21. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. Oh, wait, what? 11, 12, and 13. Wow, okay. 13 divided by 2. Wait, why 13 divided by 2? Did I miss something? I think I still at 13. Anyway, so that's the push-ups. So now we're going to go ahead and move on to stretching. Oh, okay, so let me think about the stretching that we want to do. We probably want to do like typical splits. And then we probably want to do some calf stretches, some arm stretches, and stuff like that. Hey, not dairy neutrino. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Oh. Probably with some splits, and then go from there. Okay, so for anyone following along, I'll go ahead and pull the microphone out. I guess I'll just walk through the stretches with everyone. So the first one we're going to do is just kind of the typical splits. You're just going to move your legs out like this, starting the timer right now. And just kind of go as far as you can with your legs. Should have worn different pants. Anyway, you just go as far as you can with your legs, and I'll time it so that we're kind of waiting for, I don't know, like 30 seconds or so. So for those who are at home, maybe 20 seconds from this point. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a great day. Yeah, I suck at stretching so badly. So that is about 10 seconds in the pose. Give it about 10 more seconds. 5 seconds. And that is about 20. All right, so back up. And now we'll do some simple calf stretches. Here what I typically do is just kind of like, move the leg like this and just kind of stretch forward until your calf feels like it's ready to go. Again, you probably want to do this for about 15, 20 seconds, something like that. So starting about now. So that's about, maybe we'll do 10 seconds on one foot, 10 seconds on the next foot, something like that. So you just kind of want to stretch as far as you can in the calf. That's about 10 seconds, but I kind of want to do 20. My calves have been a bit rough for the past few days, so I need something to kind of stretch it out. So there's 20 seconds on that side. We'll switch sides. And starting now, again, we get 20 seconds in. So that was about 5 seconds. Again, a lot of people, they don't really keep track of their stretch time, but I think it's like super important to do so. Because like, if you don't, I don't know, like you really got to know like how long you've been stretching and stuff like that. Okay, so now we are at about 20 seconds now. All right, so I tend to focus too much on legs when I do stretching, but I think that's okay because it's like your largest muscle group. Oh. So the next one I usually do is the butterfly stretch, which is relatively straightforward. Let me put the microphone back in. Here, all you got to do is take your legs and you put them together like this, grab your toes, and then just move your legs out as far as you can. This stretches the inside of your legs. Teach us some algorithms while doing your exercise. Does that exist on YouTube? Actually, like, I've done this before. This whole, like, doing 5 minutes of exercise every... Oh, I wasn't keeping track of the time. So starting now, we'll do 20 seconds. Doing, like, 5 minutes of exercise every, like, hour or so was something I tried to do. I called it, working out the code. Where basically, again, every compilation error, I have to do some sort of exercise. But it didn't catch on. if you could imagine. Okay, so that's 20 seconds of that one. So the next stretch, I think I always do this stretch wrong. But I usually will move one leg over here, and then I actually stretch my back by pushing like this. And this will kind of stretch this region, but my friends always tell me I'm stretching wrong, and I should be doing the other way. So I typically do like 10 seconds of this, just kind of stretching my lower back here, and you kind of know it's working because it pops. And then you move over, and you do 10 seconds of this way. And I know that's kind of weird because I think this is the correct way to do the stretch, but for some reason the other way works my back better. Also, I have no idea if you can hear me. Okay, so now the other side. So now this way. Okay, and then the other way. And then finally we're going to end with, well, you'll see. Okay, so the last one we have to do is, or the last one I normally do is a bit of an ab stretch, just upward and downward facing dog. These I usually hold for a bit longer, because I think they're important to stretch your abs, and I do a lot of ab exercises. So the first one is upward facing dog. You just hold your legs, or kind of go in this position here, and you just kind of look up. Sometimes if you feel like it, you can actually lift your body up. This will allow you to get a better ab stretch. So I usually do this for a bit for a bit of time. Again, 20 seconds or something like that. And then I usually end with a child pose. Also, I don't know if this is actually upward facing dog or not. It's what I call it, but I might be getting it wrong. And then that's about 20 seconds. And so now I'll end with child pose. We just kind of like go down here and stretch as far out as you can in this way over here. I'm not very good at keeping track of time here, but this is really good for the lower back and stuff. And that is about right, I think. What time is it? Yeah, I reckon that's about right. Okay, so that is it. That is it for now, and we'll move on to the next exercise in the next hour. So let me go ahead and pull this up. Shut down chat over here, and I'll be back to the regular programming content in just a second. Let me put the microphone up. And I'll be back in just a second. I need to move this over here. And that should be about right. Cool. Let me change the music really quick. And then we should be good to go. I think something like that's about right. Okay, so now I should be back. Cool. So, yeah, actually, did someone give me a push-up just then? Oh, no, wait. M4, you gave me 2 push-ups, and I did not put them in, so let me add 2 push-ups now. Actually, I've got to clear the push-up counter, and then I have to add push-up 1 and push-up 2. And I think that's right. So if I cat... I'm sorry, I missed those push-ups. Pupnum. Yeah, so I have 2 push-ups for next hour. I missed those a few minutes ago when you added them. Amaris added 1, but M40, I missed your 2 push-ups. Sorry about that. We now return you to the regularly scheduled programming. That's precisely what we're doing. But yeah, actually, this whole like working out with code thing, I actually tried it a few years ago, and like people were really not into it back then. Like maybe I was just doing it wrong. In fact, I'm almost certain I was doing it wrong. But I didn't. I don't think we have very many commands, honestly. Botuleos is in chat, but I have no idea how to do anything with them. But yeah, when I tried working out with code before, it was kind of the same principle, where like I would just do a few push-ups or something every error, and I used to get a lot more errors. But I don't know, people just weren't into it, and you know, nowadays they're, I think, similarly not into it. But I'm kind of pushing it, you know, so I can get more content out. What are your thoughts about positive and negative reinforcement? Specifically for reinforcement learning, or for just general, like, purpose, like teaching dogs type of thing? And now for something completely different? Right. To be fair, though, it is kind of a weird blend of things to do, right? Like, you know, people who typically gym a lot probably don't typically program a lot. Like, that's the vibe you typically get, you know? Learning, getting things done. So for typical learning, I don't really know. I mean, like, for me in particular, I'm trying to think. Do I do better with positive or negative reinforcement? I do better with... Oh, now I have to Google what this means. What is positive reinforcement? Is that... So I always get them confused because positive reinforcement means adding something. Negative reinforcement means removing something. So if you add something negative, is that negative reinforcement or is that positive reinforcement? Positive reinforcement. Let me drop the music down on my end. Okay, positive reinforcement and operant conditioning, sure. After you execute, let's see. At work, you exceed this month's sales quota. Your boss gives you a bonus. That's fine. Natural reinforcements, social reinforcements, tangible reinforcers, token reinforcers. Is adding a punishment positive or negative? I want to say it's positive, but I think I'm wrong. Social reinforcers. Okay, let me Google negative reinforcement. That'll give me... Negative reinforcement is relationship between behavior and consequences. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. So punishment is negative. Okay, fair. Then in that case, I do better with... What do I do better with? I give myself a lot of negative reinforcement. Like every day I wake up and I'm like, oh, I got to do better today. I did awfully yesterday. I need to be a better person today. But I don't think I respond well to negative reinforcement. But I certainly don't respond well to positive reinforcement. Because like if people like say, "Ah, good job," I kind of like don't like that. So I have no idea. For me personally, I don't know. I will know that for dogs, for example, dogs are some of the few animals that do properly like understand positive and negative reinforcement, whereas cats, I think cats can only do positive reinforcement. So that means if you punish them, they just don't understand why they're being punished. And the same is definitely true for birds. Like if you're going to teach a bird something, you have to give them positive reinforcement because they don't understand negative reinforcement at all. So getting mad at a bird, the bird just won't understand why you're angry. So you have to do everything via positive reinforcement, which is kind of a bit weird. I've always known it as it's describing the thing you're doing. Like negative reinforcement is doing something negative to reinforce a habit. Yeah, I just swore that negative reinforcement was taking something away, or positive reinforcement was giving something. Which, again, maybe I'm obviously the one that's weird here. Is the only thing that's proven to work. Oh, really? Negative reinforcement doesn't... interesting. I mean, maybe for long term, because maybe a large amount of negative reinforcement actually will reinforce something that you don't want to reinforce. Like what it might do is it might actually encourage people to circumvent the negative reinforcement. So maybe that's... I'm postulating here. I have no idea. Okay, so part of the interval training is selecting a task that we will get done in the next hour. The next hour, what I want to do is the first thing on lists to do, implement a heaps of heaps to select the next exercise. That's kind of where I'm at. I think both do not work. Practice works. Yeah, but what is practice not positive reinforcement? What is exercise? What is practice? Like when I go to swim practice, is that positive or negative reinforcement? I think that really depends. Like I personally love swim practice, but I hate swim meets. So competitions for me are always negative reinforcement. I really, really hate meets. But practice is always a big positive. I enjoy positives. I enjoy, the feeling of pain. Like, that feeling after working out where like you're kind of not able to walk correctly and your legs are all wobbly. Like that's one of my favorite feelings, So that's definitely a positive for me. But in the sense, I'm taking away my ability to move. So is that not negative reinforcement? Do I just like negative reinforcement? Am I one of those people that likes pain? I don't know. In the sense of give, take away, treat from a child is literal and corresponds with each. Yeah, so maybe I was thinking specifically of giving a positive reward or taking away said positive reward. Maybe that's what I was thinking. If you want to learn something, practice. If you want to get things done, just do it. Yeah, I mean that's my opinion as well. If you get better faster with positive reinforcement than with negative reinforcement, I read if, but you didn't say if. But not ranked with respect or unsupervised practice. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so what we're going to do is try to implement the heaps of heaps. So we're going to do cd into source, let's here, and we're going to make it, create a new file, which is just going to be called selection.jl or something. Okay. How are we going to do this? So we have the idea of all of these different things that we're reading in as data frames, and we're going to modify those. So let's see. I feel like programmers tend towards negative reinforcement. Do they? People naturally tend to negative reinforcement. Maybe. You might be right. It's stuff that I haven't thought about before. But I mean, like, what is positive reinforcement for a programmer? Is not programming itself positive reinforcement of the task? This goes back to the question of practice. You know, like, a lot of people enjoy programming. I'm one of the people that likes programming. So giving me an hour just to do programming is actually incredibly positive reinforcement. Interrupting that programming with meetings is negative reinforcement, right? Because you're taking away my ability, like the treat is programming. The same to me as the treat is practice, right? So if you take away my ability to do swim practice, you take away my ability to do programming, then that is negative reinforcement. But if you give me the option to do more work, and I suppose incentivize me to do that work, there has to be some incentive there. So that's also positive. Then I'll probably do it, you know? But meetings, for example, strongly negative. Like having to sit and talk to someone, that is an incredibly negative reinforcement. Like anything I did to be stuck in a meeting, I do not want to do again. I just don't want to sit in another meeting ever. Like I just don't like meeting people. I think most people are probably that way. Okay, so what are we going to do here? We have this concept of a set of data frames that we're going to read from. I think it might be more sensitive to negative reinforcement. I think I might be more sensitive to negative reinforcement because it seems I will only do something if there's a deadline or someone else is negatively affected. Now that's a fair point. I hadn't considered deadlines because I don't usually work off of deadlines. But you're right in that deadlines actually are a strong incentive. And are they are negative. Yes, deadlines are probably negative, I would guess. Yeah. So extroverts love meetings. Maybe you're right. So maybe the meeting is positive reinforcement, which would be more of a management level. If you miss a deadline, bad things will happen. Right. Fair enough. Right. Yeah. Okay. If you miss a deadline, yeah, okay, you're right. So deadlines are probably negative then. Sorry. I'm not I don't know why I'm having a hard time with this. Like, it's clear. Like, if something's, it's just, for me, it's kind of hard to see, like, what's positive and what's negative. Like, if you enjoy your job, then doing your job is positive reinforcement. But if you don't like your job, then doing your job is negative reinforcement. And that's kind of what happened with, like, my job at MIT, for example. At the start, it was like, it was relatively positive reinforcement, but at the end, it was very strongly negative reinforcement, you know? I think only working under pressure is basically an ADHD thing. There are a lot of people. I was surprised at the number of people at MIT who only really worked when there was a deadline available. Like, there were people who were just like, well, I'm not going to make this lecture now. I'm going to wait until, like, you know, the day before, and then I'll make the lecture, you know? And it was, I don't know, like, that's just not how I work. I have to work, like, months in advance for something, or weeks in advance. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to get this planned. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to do it. And then once that's all done, I'll then, just... I like to plan things out well in advance, you know? So anyway, let's see, what do I have here? So the idea is that we're going to read in each of the data files as some sort of data frame, and then we're going to we're going to use those data frames in order to select the next exercise, first by randomly selecting, and then basically choosing their place in the... Wait, I have to think about here. Let's just modify, let's just do using data frames. Data frames. Okay. And let's just use it. Let's see what happens, you know? Like, I only do my job because it gives me money, and I like money, so my employer is using positive reinforcement on me. Ah, okay. That explains a lot of my behavior, because I don't care about money. I'm ambivalent to it. So, like... I should care about it more, but honestly, I don't. And so my issue is that, like, you know, people will, yeah, I think that explains a lot of my behavior. Like, they're like, oh, I'm paying you to do this thing. I'm like, okay. I'll do it then, I guess. But if people are like, you know, I'll do this thing and it will net you 10,000 more YouTube subscribers, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll do that. That sounds fun. You added the push-up counter? Nice. Yeah, we added the push-up counter. that was actually, we spent the first hour on stream doing that, and then we spent the second hour kind of trying to figure out the best way to, set the difficulty and how to put all the things together. Like, we're taking time. Like, we're moving one step at a time. Stress is the way I get things done. If I'm not under pressure, then I sleep too long and hang around like a bum. I think I'm going nowhere, and that makes me nervous. I tried doing push-ups the other day. Did not go well. Push-ups. I hate push-ups. Push-ups are my least favorite exercise. Like, I'm fine with squats. I love jump roping. Burpees, totally okay. Push-ups, nah, dog. I don't like push-ups, which is probably why specifically doing push-ups is probably a good idea, because I just don't do enough of them. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's definitely something I should do more of. So I'm kind of happy that this stream is forcing me to do it. Push-ups are negative reinforcement. Oh boy, push-ups are negative reinforcement. But not really. Like, it's not reinforcing anything. Like, I could literally just like say, I'm just not doing push-ups this hour, and like, you guys can't do anything about it. Like, what are you gonna do? Riot? Like, I mean, who cares? Also, like, not being literally broke and poor on the brink of homelessness. Correct. Yeah, I'm lucky that I'm not at that location. Why the channel points thing then? It's kind of a meme, but also like it does actively get me moving to some extent, and I'm happy enough that it's getting me to move around. Liking burpees and not liking push-ups is crazy to me. Well, because burpees aren't just all chest. Another push-up. Burpees, you do the push-up, and then you also do the jump, and that's totally fine. Was that 3 push-ups? Okay, 2 more push-ups. Push-up, push-up. I think that worked. So I should be at 5, I think. That's 6. Okay, so now it's 6 push-ups. That's fine. I feel like maybe I enjoy the jumping part of burpees. Like, that's fun. Like, my favorite part of swimming is like pushing off a wall and just staring at your reflection on the surface of the water. It's so fun. Pretend you're pushing the earth up. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can just figure out how data frames works. I completely forgot. Julia, data frames. Oh boy, I just realized I can ask for 400 push-ups, right? Okay, you can ask for 400 push-ups, but there should be a note when you're asking for push-ups that I'm only doing 20 max per hour. So that's, that's the limit. Up to 20 per hour though. 20 per hour from you guys. If I do my own errors, it can go over 20 per hours. 20 per hour. So dataframes.jl. Let's just kind of mess around with this, see how it works. Getting started. What happens if we do, how do we read a data frame from file? How in fact, working with data frames, replacing data, importing, exporting data. Perfect. Package.add CSV. So here we're going to do, add CSV. And we're just going to try and load the data that we have. I have 51K and trash talk is 60K. What? I mean, sorry guys. I mean, I feel like I should be doing more like with channel points, because you guys watch. I appreciate you guys watching for so long, for the record. Like, I appreciate you guys, but also like I'm doing nothing with channel points except for the push-ups now. So I need to do something that like, okay, if you guys have ideas of different things I could do with channel points, let me know. I have 10K. Together he'll be swole by the end of the week. That's the idea, right? Like, the end of the week, like if I'm going to get this done by April 1st, that's only like 1 week from now, really. So I've got to get swole in a week. Like, it's going to be hard to do. So, I got to get there somehow. How many push-ups have I done so far today? I think the first time I did 3 push-ups, and then 20 push-ups, and then 13 push-ups. So I'm at, right now, after this push-up counter, I think I'm at 50 push-ups for this stream, I think. Also, what exercise are we doing? So I've done arms because I've done a lot of push-ups. We've done legs. We've done, what's a good shoulder exercise to do? Bodyweight shoulder exercise. You'd be surprised about my followage. I have 2 little channel points, actually. Oh, it's fair enough also. I mean, like, I'm not shaming anyone for not having, like, I appreciate anyone being here. Like, who cares about your number of channel points, really? So I need to do something with my arms. What is a good April Souls Day? What's a good shoulder exercise? I want to do a shoulder exercise, but I don't have any weights around. Oh, we could do something crazy if you want. We could do, ooh, what are they called? The the upside down push-ups. Like when you're handstand push-ups. Yeah, that's what we should do. I probably can't do any of them. Wait. I feel like I missed. Wait, you didn't redeem a push-up, did you? I don't see it. Oh, you highlighted the images. Is this what I want? Can we try handstand push-ups? Do I know how to do handstand push-ups? How do you exercise your shoulders? That's deltoids, right? Well, I usually do shrugs. Like, that's my go-to is shrugs. I can actually... My shoulders are like my strongest muscle group. I don't know what shoulders are, but they are my strongest muscle group. Like, I can shrug more than I can do anything. Like, my max on shrugs is higher than my max on anything else. And so, what is it? So, usually I do... 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. What's 45 times 5? That'll give you 45 times 5, 225? Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, 225 pounds. What is that in kilos? Yeah, so I think, yeah, that sounds about right. 102 kilograms. Maybe that actually sounds a bit low. No, anyway, I can do a lot. Like, that's the one thing I can do. Those and obviously deadlifts. Those are your number ones. I like the one where you just hold your arm straight out for 5 minutes. Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, let's do that one. That sounds fun. Yeah, let's do that one. That sounds really fun because it sounds deceptively difficult, you know, or deceptively easy. Why do you not start push-ups from 20? We can save channel points. Why do you not start? What do you mean? Why do you not start push-ups from 20? Sorry about that. Overhead press side laterals with inanimate objects lying around your house. Oh yeah, that would also work. Yeah. Okay, I think I caught up, but you've got me. I think the arm out thing, I don't know what it's called, but we'll do that and see how long we can do it for. Like, honestly, I've got a feeling. Yeah, arm extensions. Let's just do non-weighted arm extensions and see how long I can go. I have no idea. Side lateral? Fair enough. Looks right. Easy way to convert pounds to kilograms. Divide by 2 and subtract 10%. Gotta go. See you, Amras. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a wonderful evening, I suppose, your time. And yeah, talk to you later. Okay. So let's try to do a data frame of the CSV file input and just see what happens. So here we're going to do data frame. Oh, using CSV. And then we're going to do, let it precompile. And then we're going to just do data frame of CSV, I believe it was. .file. And then we want to do, no, I'm already in the right directory. I think I want to do exercises. And let's do core.dat and see if that works. I've seen guys fill up gallon jugs and do side laterals that way. It's deceptive how little weight you need to get a good shoulder pump. Oh, no doubt. Like, absolutely no doubt. I'm going to close this terminal and open up a new one. Oh, actually, just open up a new one now. That has Unicode font, because right now it doesn't, and it's kind of bugging me. Okay. So let's go here. CD projects, Swoleos, Alice here, Julia, _ project. Okay. And now we're just going to do using CSV and do I need a comma there? I completely forgot data frames. Okay. And now I should just run the same thing I just did, that, and it should work. Close that. Okay. But yeah, something like that should be easy. Oh, a push-up +1. Sorry, I missed that. So we'll add another push-up to the counter. Cool. So plank, bicycle crunches, everything seems in order. Cool. Okay. So this should work pretty easy for just dealing with a data frame. So now I'm just going to say, I'm just going to call it core sets. It's going to be equal to that. And let's see what happens, how to modify the data frame. I'm just going to mess around with it a bit And that's kind of what I want to work on. Also, guys, I do apologize. I'm going to be back in just a minute. Sorry. Give me just 1 minute. So, yeah. And then we'll get started just messing around with data frames a bit. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Give me just a second to turn the screen back on, and then we're just going to mess around with data frames for a bit. I think I'm up to date on push-ups. I just added one for Mercs, so I should be okay. But if I missed any push-up, just let me know. So here I am here. It says I have 8 push-ups, which I think is right. Let me see. I don't think I have any notifications I have to deal with over here on the side. Good. Okay, perfect. And again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, feel free to let me know. So data frames are, I mean, they're simple. They're just data frames. It's just like, it's a way to hold data. It's like an array, essentially. It's just like an array or any type of, how do I put it? Any type of, not array, dictionary. And just for some reason, I couldn't think of the word dictionary. But yeah, that's what we're looking at. So let's do working with data frames and see what we have here. So we have first and last. I don't know if data frame is the best way to use the data. I just know that we have a CSV file. And that's probably the easiest way to store the data. The question is, do we actually care about it being in a data frame versus just a regular array? I don't know if that matters too much. But let's see. So you have a 3x3 data frame. If I want to, let's just mess around with it, I guess. So what happens if I do core sets of, and let's just grab 1. Okay, that's a push-up. So now we're gonna have to do 1 plank. Perfect. So if I want to do the full row, that took a while. We're still in the workout app. Yeah, I think we'll probably finish the workout app either today or tomorrow, and then we'll move on to, like, I'm just gonna use it internally. If people actually want to use it for like real stuff that they want to do every day, like, sure, okay, they can. But I'm gonna leave it at a, let's not recommend that. You know, let's just leave it at a how do I put this? Basically, if people want to use this every day, they can. I will be using it every day, but I don't want to make it so that everyone uses it every day. At this point, I'm kind of seeing it as, you know, a YouTube video that I make on April 1st as like, you know, April Fool's Day, I guess, type of thing. And kind of leave it as at that, and I'll keep using it. But again, I don't want to encourage people to use it outside of that, I don't think. So it's not really much of a workout app as it is just, some workout that I do and people can join if they want on stream. It's up to them. Even then, I do wonder, what is the story that we're telling here? That's the question. I was actually super into this yesterday, like really into it. When I was like about to go to bed last night, I was thinking of all the different ways to frame it. But now I'm trying to think, what is the actual story that we're telling here? Like, what is the ideal way to sell this to make it as interesting as possible to the largest group of people? And I don't really know. Like, is there a good way to sell this? Is there a way that we can be like, hey, we made this workout thing. Don't use it, but it could be like a bad infomercial where it's just like, hey, are you tired of being fat? Snack my ketchup. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. That's the worst infomercial ever. Or like, you trying to lose weight? Here's a way definitely not to do that. Because really losing weight is basically about, choosing an appropriate diet. Like if you look at pretty much all the weight loss routines, they always have a caveat. It's like, you can lose 40 pounds over the course of 5 hours with an appropriate with an appropriate diet and exercise routine. It's like, well, of course, with an appropriate diet and exercise routine, you can do anything. Like, you don't need Abs Master 10,000 if you already have an appropriate diet and exercise routine. Like, that's the point of the diet and exercise routine, Like, a bad infomercial might work. But, like, I don't know if I want to make it, like, that bad, Like, if you do bad infomercial, like, here's the problem with doing bad infomercials, right? Let me just open this up here. Like, so here's a graph of, like, good... Oh, how do I do this? I'm gonna do this, draw a coordinate system, and then, okay. So if you do a bad infomercial, must confound the variables, okay, scale from good to bad, right? So we'll say bad, okay. Okay, I don't know how to put this. So I'm just gonna kind of like, I don't know what I did there. I have no idea. You have infomercials that are bad, right? And then you have infomercials that are so bad, it's good, right? And the question is, how do you go from bad to so bad it's good? Like, that's a very hard thing to do. Can't lose weight? We'll use it in your place while you watch us and get fatter behind the screen. Jeff is, you weren't following. Really? Hello. Thanks for following. How do you go from, like, but my question with, like, making a bad infomercial is how do you go from bad infomercial to so bad that it's actually pretty good, Like, that I don't know how to do. And so I'm a bit afraid of doing that. But also, to some extent, the whole idea of interval training has actually, like, dramatically increased the amount of work that I've been doing over the past few weeks. So to some extent, I kind of almost want to make it like a Casey Neistat type video, where it's just like kind of vlog style of just like, you start with like a quote that's somewhat pseudo intellectual, but like not really. And then you kind of like, I mean, I guess I can't do the drone shots, but like, I guess I could like do something that kind of looks like a drone shot, I suppose. Yeah, I'm not sure. But there's probably a way to do this, and I'm not sure the best way to frame it. But anyway, let's just talk about that later. I figure we just get the app working, it's fine. It has to be in black and white with overdramatic acting. That would discuss even Bill Shatner. I don't know who Bill Shatner is, but I assume he's a bad actor. Satire is fine. Oh, I don't want it to be satire of Casey Neistat. I actually like Casey Neistat stuff. Let me see. What else? I don't know why I'm talking anymore. I should just shut up. Okay, let's go back over here. So we have the data frame. We know how to read from the data frame, as in William Shatner, Captain Kirk. I think Captain Kirk is Star Wars, so that's about as much as I know. I don't know pop culture at all. And actually, now that I think about it, that's probably Star Trek. And there's actually a big difference between Star Wars and Star Trek. And I need to know that difference, but I really and truly don't care about either franchise to know the difference, But I know people get pissed off when I get them mixed up. It's like, is Guardians of the Galaxy technically Star Wars, canon now because they're both owned by Disney? I don't know, but it sounds like they should be. Like, is there going to be a Guardians of the Galaxy and Star Wars crossover? Should be. Why not? Seems great. But I don't know. Like, it's kind of, I have no idea anymore. Anyway, people get pissed off, and I don't mean to piss them off, but I'm really bad at it. Let's go to clear here. Okay, so we have the data frames. We can read the data frames in. We know the reps at 0, the reps at 10. We know the difficulty. For a second there, I thought you were doing that purposely, not getting the joke thing, but then you outed yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm 50-50 on actually getting some stuff and not getting some stuff. Like a lot of time. Now I'm actually, Captain Kirk is Star Trek, right? Like, I'm not wrong twice. Captain Kirk. Yeah, Star Trek. Right. I've never seen it, but it's Star Trek. Yeah. Is this guy known for... So he's known for bad acting? He looks like someone that would probably be a good actor, right? I don't know. Who cares? I don't care. No one cares. Who cares? Okay. So let's go ahead and go into ls vi selection.jl. Also, I just looked at my view count. It dropped a lot because I said that, and I'm so sorry. Smack my ketchup. I added a push up. Thanks for that. Okay. So what I'm thinking about having here is a few different functions. So we have a function which will a function that will basically, we need a couple functions here. We need to select reps for a provided exercise, and then we also need another one that will function pick set, and I think that's what we're looking for here. So we have a function to select the repetitions, and then we have a function to select. Okay, probably select set should be what I should write. Okay, so we have select reps, select set, and I think that's what we're looking at. And so let's do select reps first, because that's going to be easier, I think. But I feel like I might still not know how to do this. So assuming an exercise is chosen, that means what we're probably doing is reading in to this particular function a single line in the data frame. That's what I'm imagining. So I'm imagining we're reading in a data frame row. So here we're going to say exercise, and this is going to be of type data frame row. Okay. And then we have the default difficulty, and the reps at 0 and the reps at 10. Okay, so let's mess around with this this core thing here. So how do I read a particular row? That's the question. Jeff, thanks for the push-up. Okay, so now we're at 11 push-ups. Okay, so how do I grab like a particular row here? I think I can just do the following, can't I? Just do, okay, let's do this. We're just gonna say row is equal to that. And now we're gonna do row of 1. That works. Row of 2. Okay, so we'll do, assuming that these don't change, but what happens if I do row of reps 0? Does that work? That does work. Perfect. So I guess that's actually what I want to do. Use them with rep 0 and stuff instead of using them with numeric values, because I think that makes it a bit easier. Okay, so we're gonna have the reps at 0 and the reps at 10, and then we're also gonna have the difficulty. And I think instead of saying default difficulty, it should just be difficulty. So I think we should modify all those data files so it's just difficulty. cd into exercises, ls here, vi legs.dat, and again, it's just going to be difficulty instead of default difficulty. Vi core.dat. There was a way to do this with sed, and I just didn't do it. dtd, right, quit. Vi arms.dat. Go here. dtd, right, quit. And then vi mobility.dat. Go over here. dtd. Perfect. Okay, so now that's all set. And now we're going to go back to our source file. ls here, cd into source, ls vi exercises, selection.jl. And we're just going to do select reps first, and we're going to knock that out in the next 20 minutes. I think we can do this before the next set. And honestly, after that, I might call it for the day because it will be about 4 hours of streaming, and I have some stuff I need to do for Grant and yada yada. It's also about 6 o'clock p.m. You know, I don't know. We'll see. So we have function select reps, and how is this going to work? So the first thing we need to do is, I think we're also going to need a function in here, which is going to be function. I don't know. I'm just going to call it convert to. Do we have an idea of time? Time in Julia. Like, because obviously this was meant to be like 0 minutes, 30 seconds or something. But how do I work with dates and time? Probably what I want is I want to be able to convert, I probably want to be able to convert a time, like 0.3, into like a decimal float 64. So go from like 30 seconds to 0.5 minutes, you know? Hello, TS Jost, how are you? Things are okay. Thanks for asking. I hope things are going okay for you as well. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. Also, Fulster, what did we say we were going to do? We're going to do the, just the arm out challenge thing, just to see how long we can hold the arms out for the next exercise. I think we should be able to do 5 minutes. I say that, but probably not. TS Jost, wait, TS Jost, just for the record, you're asking for way too many push-ups here. You can only do up to 20 push-ups. You can only do 20 push-ups. How many did you just do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have to add 6. That's okay. That's fine. 6 is fine. I just want to let you know there is a limit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that should bring us up to what, 16? Oh no, we're at 17. Oh no. The limit. Oh yes, the limit. Unfortunately, I couldn't force you guys. Like, I couldn't force a limit on you guys on Twitch's side. I could only force a limit on. I can't enforce a limit at all. But I put a little like asterisk in there, and it should be that when you're requesting a push-up, it does say add 1 to my push-up count, parentheses up to 20 per hour. So that's what it says. I interpret that as 20 per hour per viewer. I need to change that again. You can set I can set a limit for everybody on Twitch's side, but I can't set a limit for each individual person. So I wanted to set it so, okay, there's another one. I wanted to set it so, okay, let me try this again, because clearly I don't know. Let me just look at this, see what we can do. Okay, so push up. Let me go ahead and edit that and see what it looks like. So, for up to 20 per hour, how do I write this? You can set how many there are in stock. Maybe I'm misunderstanding how this works then. It says skip reward queue, then cooldown and limits. So you could set 20 in stock, but then you can't reset it during the stream, I think. Right, that was it. I could only set a set number per stream, and I wanted to do it per hour. And the cooldown, what I learned at the start of stream, is for everybody. So only one person can redeem it in an hour, is what it would be. And I don't want it to be that only one person can redeem it every hour. I suppose I could make it so, like, everyone on stream can only redeem it every... Yeah, okay, wait, I could make it so everyone on stream can only redeem it every 5 minutes or something like that. Yeah, so if I make it so you need a bot that goes in and disables the redemption. Seems like too much effort. But I think what I could do is I could make it so the cooldown is such that there's only 20. Oh gosh, why do I suck at this? 60 minutes divided by 20. So that means every 3 minutes. So there's a 3-minute cooldown. Let's try that. So over here, we're going to do a 3-minute cooldown. So now save that. So that means at most people can request 20. At most people can request 20. That's the idea. And so now every time someone requests one, it's going to have a 3-minute cooldown so that if everyone's on top of their game and every 3 minutes is another push-up request, then it will be 20 push-ups total. I can do that. That's totally fine. Is that okay with everyone? Because I can't set a limit where each individual can only put in 20. Like that, I can't find that. So the best I can find is set it so again one every 3 minutes or so. Stream manager. Okay, so that's what we'll do for now. You missed one. It was 17, and then 2 redeems came in. Now it's at 18. I'm not that good at math, but I think it's off. So wait, you think? Oh, maybe I missed a few. Oh, after TS Joss put theirs in. Okay, so now I'm at 20. So this should be right. So I should be at 20 now. Writes papers about climate simulations on supercomputers. Can't do basic arithmetic. I'm sorry. I'm bad at life, you know? Okay, so here, that's fine. This is fine. Okay, so now we want to do convert to float, maybe? And, I mean, how do we express? Okay, well then I will subtract 1. So now I'm at 19. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay, so, I thought I missed 2, because I thought I only put in TS Josts. And then, after that, cube and Jefter. Maybe I put cubes, but not Jefters. Arithmetic is the hardest part of math. Change my mind. I'm not going to change your mind. I think you're correct. It's the only part that's annoying. How do I deal with time and date in Julia? That's the question. So let's see. What do we have here? Time in Julia. Come on. Dates.date. Okay. Dates.now. Dates. I want time. More than I want dates. Let's go over here. Dates. How to measure time of a Julia program. I mean, what does? Okay, I'm gonna do something dumb. At time. So I'm gonna do at time a plus b. Ah, dang it. 1 plus 2. Okay, so we're gonna say time is equal to that. And now we're gonna say time is 3. Type of time. Int 64? Is it converting? Is it just doing a conversion to int 64? I just use seconds from start of Unix. I guess I could. Why is Julia better than Python? I don't know. I just like Julia. It's easier for me to use. I'm not saying it's better than Python. It's just what I use. Okay, I'm at 20 push-ups now. If I do any more errors, I'm going to have to do more than 20 push-ups this hour, which is fine. It's just, okay, it's fine. It's fine. I suck at push-ups. Okay. So how does this interpret this as time? Let's do, like, how does it interpret seconds in Julia? Using seconds in Julia. Timing in Julia, let's see. There's also that one. At time, this is fine, but I want to see what is the type of time. Tomorrow you'll be able to do 25 per hour. I think there might be a recharge time, you know. It's not like I'm going to be like instantly swole. It takes some time to recover from that. Test 3 is going to be 1 point. Time it. No, I was hoping to, okay. So obviously we are inputting the workouts in like 30 seconds increments or like a minute increment or something like that. And what I was hoping to do is work with minutes and seconds instead of working with floats, you know, so that if we read it in and it's clearly in a ratio or clearly like 3 minutes or something like that, we can be like, okay, well, we're reading this in as 3 minutes. And then we can just, yeah, okay, maybe what we need to do is we just need to create our own type here. Okay, so maybe what we need to do is we just need to create a type time end here, and then we time for PyCall. I think we're okay. D swole over dt is not equal to infinity. Right, that's definitely true. Okay, so we're gonna have some sort of time type, and the time type is just gonna keep. Oh, do we even need a time type? What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make it so we can convert between like 0.30 for 30 seconds to 0.5, and then we just kind of go back and forth. So like, for example, yeah, we just have to convert back and forth between seconds and, so we need to convert back and forth between time and float. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a float 64 Okay, if we do a float 64 for minutes and a float 64 for seconds, we don't really need any more precision. Use int or float, but convert it to string just before showing it to the user. Right, that's what I was planning to do. Yeah, let's just use float. Screw it, it's easier. So what we need to do is we just need a convert to float function. Convert to float, and what it does is it reads in a string, and it just reads in number, value as a string, and then it just as a strong as a string, and then it converts that into a number. So clearly, if it is if there is no colon, like it's not meant as a minute and seconds type of thing, this is easy to convert. So we're just gonna have to do an if statement, convert that to float, be done with it. Easy enough. Okay, so how do we find if a string has a certain value in it? Find next character in string. Okay, find Julia. Oh no. Julia. Okay. Strings in Julia. Maybe this is what I want. Yeah, like find next is what I'm looking for. So let's look for find first. Sure. Let's try that. So we're gonna have a string of 300, and we're gonna look for find first of that. Okay. So find first, and then we're gonna do 300, and then we're gonna look specifically for the colon. Okay. Maybe I did that backwards. The colon, and then 300. Okay, so it's at 22. Okay. And then if we do this of 300, it gives us nothing. Okay. So if it exists, if the output exists, so let's do value is equal to that. And now let's just do val. Val, type of val, and it's going to be nothing. Perfect. So if find first of value, oh no, it should be colon, value is not equal to nothing, and we do this, else it should be fine. We return, and now we have to convert it to float. So how do I do that? Is it convert float? I feel like this is wrong. Casting to float, Julia. String to float. String to float, Julia. Okay, floating point, parse. So I'm going to parse it as a float 64. Actually, we should just parse it as an int, right? Let's parse it as a float 64, screw it. So we're going to parse as a float 64, 64, 10, sure, perfect. Parse as float 64, 10, no, value. It's always returning 10. I have no idea why. It's super confusing. Oh man. So in here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, we know where the colon is now, and so now we're gonna do return. I think I can do the following. So let's do return. I think I can do. Let's do 300 from 2 to 2, and that should work. Perfect. So we're gonna do. I guess we're gonna do colon location is gonna be equal to use convert. Is convert better for this? It does convert actually work. Colon location is gonna be equal to the find first here. In fact, I should probably just store that beforehand and just go up here and say colon location. It's gonna be equal to this. There. And then we say if it's not equal to nothing, dt space, do that again, colon location. And then if we're going to say colon location, we already have that. So now we're just going to return, convert dates.milliseconds, dates.minutes to. Convert dates.millisecond to dates.minute to. So I could have just used the dates package. Now okay, so now the question is, how do we use the dates package? Because maybe that is what we want. But can we convert? Okay, let's just do using dates. Dates. Okay, add dates. And let me just see what happens. Give it a second, and then using dates, and then we can go from there. Using dates. Okay, so now if I do dates, you said convert. Can I convert? Converting string to dates, Julia. Okay, so this already has a date time. You would expect it to have... Okay, it's kind of a weird way... Okay, let's mess around with the dates package next. Okay, so it is the top of the hour, so I think now's the time to go ahead and move on to the next workout. Again, I've got 20 push-ups to do, because you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for watching. Fantastic. You guys clearly love workout content more than you like programming content, because I've done very little programming today, but that's okay. So we're going to work on the dates package next hour. For now, I'm going to do my 20 push-ups, and then we're going to do just an arm, what do you call it, Folster? It was just an arm, what is it, actually? Like the arm hold or whatever for like maybe a few minutes. And we're just, I've never done it before, so I don't know how difficult it will be, but we're just going to hold our arms out for as long as we can. It's super compelling content. And so, yeah, give me just a second to get that all set up, and we'll go from there. You should still be able to hear me just fine. I'm going to go ahead and turn off this music, turn on this music, and watching workout content, no. Making someone else work out, yes. Okay. So you guys should be able to hear me just fine. Let me go ahead and get everything set up. And yeah, we have 20 push-ups to do. Should be with small rotations. Yeah, let's do small rotations as well. Okay, so it should be here. You should see me. Don't look at my legs. 1 second. Okay, and let me set up chat. No, chat's already down there, so I need to move the mic. Oh, boy. One of these days. 20 push-ups, guys. Are you kidding me? 20 push-ups. Why? Why do you hate me? It's fine. Again, I don't like push-ups, but I need to do more of them, so it's totally fine. Okay, let me set up chat down here. So I think I should have a chat set up. Did I miss anything? Should be a small rotation, so I think I should be good to go. And we'll just go ahead and do the 20 push-ups, and then we'll move on to just the standing arm with a little bit of rotation. I don't know what it's called, but like arm extension, I guess is what we can call it. Now look, I'm gonna be honest. I've already done 50 push-ups today. I am not convinced I can actually do 20 push-ups straight. I'm gonna try, but I might fail. And if I fail, please feel free to laugh at me in chat. But like, you know, don't do it. Maybe do it in whispers to each other. Like, don't do it publicly. Like, just kind of like, you know what I mean? Just like, send Folster a message and say, you know, it's his fault or something. I don't know. Anyway, 20 push-ups. Let's go ahead and get ready to go. If anybody wants to join me, go ahead. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Whoa. Oh, that was hard. Okay, so now we have a, what was it? We said we were just going to hold our arms out and do small rotations. So what I think I'm going to do is just try to hold my arms out for 5 minutes. We'll see if that's actually doable. I have no idea. Let me move the mic up. And I guess, can I hold my arms out? Here I can. So let me just move the mic around. I just cut my finger. Dang. Okay, give me just a second. Move the mic up a little bit. Something like that. Okay, so for this exercise, we're just gonna hold our arms out, do very small rotations. A little bit forward, a little bit back, and we're just gonna see how long that goes. I've actually never done this exercise before, and if I have, it's been a long time. So this is probably a good, at least shoulder stretch, but it might actually end up being rather difficult. So probably we should be holding some sort of weights or something like that. Anyway, I'll go ahead and keep the time myself, and we'll start in like maybe 5 seconds. So anybody wants to join along, feel free to do so. But yeah, we're gonna go in 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, starting with a little bit of forward rotation here. I guess I'll just do this for 30 seconds and then go back. I have no idea like if this is actually like a good exercise or not. Thank you, Botuleos, for telling me I'm a cinnamon roll. Loco, I will add that push-up for the next set. So I have at least 1 to do next time. If anybody can, feel free to see if the 3-minute timer is actually working. So we're running at about 30 seconds now, so we are now at 30 seconds. So I'm gonna start rotating back now for the next 30 seconds. And I can definitely see how this is gonna be hard for 5 minutes. Like this is gonna be quite hard for 5 minutes. I will say that we've been doing some pretty boring stream, like, how do I put it? Like we've been doing some kind of boring stream workouts, right? Because like, between planks and this one, like you're just sitting and watching me for 5 minutes doing like stupid things. We are about at the top, so now we are at the top. Rotate forward. Okay, I can imagine we might need a rest. Cleaning my room while watching a man do exercises. I'm weird. To be fair, I think most people are weird. It is, but usually it's done after other stuff, which is ideal after push-ups. Yeah, that's probably true. Oh, this is actually pretty good. I enjoy this a lot. This is pretty good. Oh, I'm gonna have to wimp out, I think. At the top, like, I think I'll be able to do the next reverse set, but I think I might have to wimp out after that. Okay, so we're at about 30 seconds in. Okay, rotate backwards. Okay, so now we are about at 2 minutes after 30 seconds of this. Also, guys, let me know how you guys are doing. I hope you guys are doing well with the set. If not, I'm sorry to hear that. Let's see. The rotation from shoulders straight. Let's see. The rotation is from shoulders, straight elbows. I think my elbows are straight. Okay. So this is about 2 minutes. I think maybe I need to rotate back just a little bit more. I'm kind of hunched forward. Oh, sorry. Now it's at 2 minutes. Rotate forward now. I think I'm hunched forward a little bit just because of the microphone. Let me just move this forward just a bit. Okay, I did cheat. Just don't watch it. No one saw that. Okay, so now we're gonna keep rotating. But yeah, I could definitely see how this is a pain. Yeah, my shoulders are usually quite strong, so like I could imagine this could be quite hard for a lot of people. Okay, so we are at about 2 minutes 30 seconds, which is halfway through. Yeah, I know I'm a cheater. Screw off. All right, go back. So now we got we have another 30 seconds of this, and we'll be at about 2 minutes. I actually think I'll take a minute rest after that. No, wait, no, that'll be 3 minutes. So I will take 30 seconds of rest, and then I'll do 2 more sets of 45 at this rate. So just because I want to make sure that like it ends on a high note. Okay, so I'm gonna drop my hands down right about now. Oh man. So I'm gonna give myself 30 seconds of rest, and then after the 30 seconds rest, I will I'll get back to doing it. So it'll do 45 seconds back and then 45 seconds forward rotation, and we'll see how that goes. Somehow this is harder than planks for me. Well, maybe it's not harder than planks, but I think I have less motivation. So I'm kind of like, I'm not as, like with planks, you know it's a pain, and you just kind of go with it. But you know that pain. You know the pain of planks. All right, I'm starting now. All right, 45 seconds forward. So because you know the set of, you know how planks hurt, you kind of just, you go with it. It's like, oh, this is fine. It's gonna hurt, but you know exactly how it's gonna hurt. But I'm not used to this exercise. So because of that, like, I'm not used to this type of, like with shoulder pain, I'm used to like kind of blitz exercises with shoulders, not like long endurance exercises. I mean, swimming, yeah, obviously. So anyway, we are at about 30 seconds forward. So 15 more seconds, and then I'm gonna rotate back. Whew, okay. 10 more seconds. And then again, we're gonna rotate back. Okay, so last 45 seconds starting now, rotating back. All right, so just if you guys are playing along, you're going along at home, yeah, just, do what you can. No rush, no worries. This one's actually a relatively easy one to do. Just, if you need to take a 5-minute break and you just want to work out your shoulders a little bit. Also, I realized, no, it's this hand. Hello. Like, you see in stream, like, you don't even see me because I'm like, the little corner vision is just like, I'm not even there. Which I guess is fine. Okay, so 15 more seconds, and then we're going to be done with the backwards roll. 10 more seconds. Oh man, this is a little bit harder than I thought. There's that one part in the song, the straight rip from the song, okay, that's the top, in the Jet Set Radio Future soundtrack. I don't know what that is. Sorry about that, but I will say, this music I just grabbed from some place that said it was like fine for Twitch. And I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. Seems perfectly fine. I wanted something that was outside of my normal music. I always go with the same Josh Woodward. But I decided, for the workout bit, maybe we should do something that's a bit more catchy, Also, I realized after setting this up, I actually kind of want my desk to be on the floor again. Like when I was in high school, I used to have a floor desk. I don't know how to put that, but it's just like a little desk that sat here, and there were wheels on it, so I could wheel it in and out. And I would just work just like this, and maybe I'd have my back against a wall or something. But like I gotta tell you, like I actually really enjoy like just being on the floor and like I getting work done. I think that'd be really cool. So maybe in Barcelona I'll set up a floor desk or something. Anyway, back to programming, regularly scheduled programming. The lack of lumbar support, yeah, like you lean up against a wall, something like this. It's fine. As long as it rolls and you can roll it in and out, that's totally fine. Yeah, so let's get back to programming. Again, my hope is to figure out how the dates and times work, and then we go from there. It's funny how you are looking at that is on the desk. Yes, up here is the desk. I'm looking at myself sometimes because I just need to make sure I'm in frame and stuff. But there's also another camera here, which I should probably look at more, but I think it's actually maybe a bit, I don't know, is it a bit like menacing for me to just like stare at this camera and be like, hello? I guess if I adopt the DDD position like I was in earlier, like I guess it's fine. All right, let's get back to it. I gotta put the microphone back up, so give me just a second to reset everything back to where it was. So give me just a second. Microphone is in position, and yeah, give me 2 seconds. You guys should still be able to hear me as I kind of put everything back. All right. Okay, let me just change the music, and then we should be ready to go. One second. Okay. This, and that. Okay, so the push-up counter went back to 0, and then I believe Loco Padre added one just a second ago, so it should be back up to 1. Now, it should be, if this was done correctly, that for 3 minutes, people were not able to add any push-up. If someone was able to check that'd be nice. Cool. Okay. So now what we're going to work on next is just kind of figuring out dates and times in Julia by using the dates package. And then we'll, go from there. Again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. In particular, what I'm trying to do... Oh, thanks, M40. So let's go ahead and see if that actually worked the way I thought it would. Yeah, it says 2 minutes and 51 seconds to redeem. Okay, cool. So it just means that, if people actually want me to do 20 push-ups, they have to, keep on track of things. So every 3 minutes, someone has to be sure to redeem that reward. In before Foldster, someone creates a bot just specifically to redeem push-ups for me. Okay, so let's figure out how dates and times work in Julia. So that's going to be the next bit. I'm just going to try to figure out how to convert from essentially a string that looks like 3 minutes to a date, which is going to be 3 minutes and 0 seconds. So that I need to figure out how to convert between one and the other. I see a countdown timer. I figured someone would do it. But we'll figure out how this works. It's not a big deal. I'm still trying to figure out the whole like athletics and algorithms things put together. I'm not sure exactly how to do it, but also like I'll say this again. I said this at the start of stream. Doing a 5-minute just like break every hour is perfect. Like honestly, like I used to not be able to stream over 2 hours because I just didn't have the stream stamina. But now like kind of doing that has really enabled me to do longer streams. Like I've been streaming for 4 hours now. Like that's a pretty long stream for me. It's twice as long as it normally is. And I'm still like super motivated to keep going, And it could be that I'm back after a long break and all this other stuff. But honestly, I think it's a bit more than that. I think it's just that like having that, 5-minute break every hour on the hour that we're kind of focused on, is nice, And sure, yeah, we might lose 5 or 10 viewers every time we do it. I don't think we do. I think we keep the same number of viewers, but we might lose a few viewers, but it's totally fine. I don't think that's a big deal. I think it's totally fine because it allows for me to stream for longer without very many negative repercussions. And I know that sounds weird because, I'm physically exhausting myself, but I feel like it's like drinking soda or anything. Like you drink it because you get a quick high off of caffeine or sugar or something like that. And doing a workout for just, a quick 5-minute break or something like that really does just keep me motivated to do more work, And I'm actually really excited, kind of just to see where it goes, So I am planning to at least see how the workout streams work for the week, I guess. And then if it's not working, we can figure something out after that. Exercise gives you energy. Yeah, it definitely does. There was a video that Casey Neistat put out not too long ago where he basically said that, how do I put it? You can replace sleeping with working out. So for example, instead of getting 8 hours of sleep, if you get 6 hours of sleep and you work out for 2 hours, it's the equivalent. I don't know if I go that far, but I will say that getting up in the morning and doing exercise it's great. Like I love doing that. Just doing exercise is something that I feel like I definitely need to go on throughout my life. I need it, I don't know. It's like, I can imagine living without caffeine. I currently live without caffeine. I could even imagine living without sugar, but living without exercise just sounds really difficult. Thank you, Super Brute. I added another push-up. Okay, so now we're going to try to figure out how this dates package works. I guess we're just going to look it up. I mean, as we always do, right? Also, I'm just going to delete some of these tabs that I don't think we need anymore. I don't think we need any of these. Why was that not being deleted? Hello? Okay. Heaps, probably not. Oh, we might have needed that. It's fine. Creating package, we don't need that. Swooleos anymore, we don't need that. Getting started with data frames, we might need that. Kirk, time and Julia, timing. Yes, so the dates package is here. And let's just kind of mess around a bit. So they have dates and date time. They have date again. I was hoping specifically for... So someone mentioned it in chat, I think, just a second ago. Something date. Let me just page up a bit. Convert dates.milliseconds into dates.minute. So let's see what we have here. Dates.minute. Dates.minute. Was it that? Okay. So can I do... So you had convert. Can we just convert this into that? Let's see. Let me page up again. Dates.millisecond. Dates.minute. Okay, so are we allowed to convert? So let's do convert. Dates. Ooh, hello. Dates.minute. Let's just mess around a bit here. See what we have. Let me scroll down again. This advice I would give to my past me: do exercise 40 minutes a day and drink coffee. See, the coffee, I never got into coffee. I probably should have, but yeah, I never really did. I think, I don't know. I think part of it is just that. I don't know. I never really liked caffeine. Like all the caffeinated drinks that I had that I could have had when I was younger that were not coffee, because you don't typically start drinking coffee until you're like late teens, at least, usually 20s. All of the drinks that I could have were like, caffeinated beverages like, I don't know, like, Mountain Dew or Dr. Pepper or Coca-Cola or these types of things. And I could never get past the carbonation of them. Like, I just don't like carbonated drinks. I just don't like the feeling of drinking something and having like the bubbles that are in the carbonated drink, like just kind of pierce your throat, as it just doesn't taste good to me. And so because of that, I never really got into the caffeinated beverages either. And so for that reason, I don't know, like coffee, I didn't understand it. Like I took a drink of it and I was like, oh, this is kind of gross. Why would you do it? But I know that people get addicted to it. Like my roommate's super addicted to it. Or not super, but he likes it a lot. I got into coffee and then I got out of it. Now I only drink small amounts before exams and that's totally fair. Thanks for the push-up, Jeff. I went the opposite way. My life I drank tea and was sleeping 10 hours a day, and like 10 years ago I discovered coffee. Yeah, some people love it. Like some people, it really helps their life, you know. I would say that I was gonna say one more thing about that. Oh yeah, my girlfriend. she never drank coffee. But for some reason, when she went to, the PhD, OIST, where I was as well, a lot of people in the unit drank coffee. And so she was like, to be cool, I will also drink coffee. But like, she didn't like it. She just did it because everyone else was doing it. It's just like pure peer pressure, I don't know. I think it's a typical European thing to drink a lot of coffee. Year, month, day, let's look for minute. Minute. And let's try to figure out. So my goal for the next hour is just to get this function working. Just being able to read in the, start and end difficulties and turn them into floating values that we can work with. That's it. That's kind of what I'm doing. And if this means that we can just use like dates.minute, for example, if we can use this, fine, totally fine. So date.minute time is going to be to an int64. Okay, so in this case, it's going to take a time. So how do we turn a string into a date? Let's try to do that. String to date, Julia. And again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. A date string into a date type in Julia. Perfect. Okay. df.dt, date, dt string. Oh, no. Okay, but I don't want year, month, date. I want minutes and seconds. So let's see. But I think this might be what we want. So they have dt, I think is a date string. Oh no, dt. Date dot. Okay, so it's how do you parse the string? Okay, so let's see what they have. I'm pretty sure we can find that year, month, date thing in here. And so we want to do like minutes, seconds. So let's look for year, month. Oh, that didn't work. I don't know. Importing, exporting data, and I'm on data frames. Just don't. I can feel the judgment from chat. And I'm sorry. You're right to judge me. That was my bad. Okay, so we're gonna do Julia documentation, and let's look for year, month. Nope. Maybe manual. Integers, floating point numbers, mathematical strings, constructors, interfaces maybe. Nah, that doesn't look right at all. Okay, calling scene Fortran. Why do I need? Am I dumb? Is this just base documentation? I need dates documentation specifically. Okay, I see. So we're gonna want date and time types, constructors. Okay, so we have date time. Okay, wait. Here, this is what I want. 30 minutes, 59 seconds. Perfect. Have you contributed to Julia? In kind of small ways. I mean, like, I've helped a little bit with the development of some of the GPU libraries, a little bit, like a very small amount, but I don't think that really counts, So how do we get, so we have year, month, day, but I want to do minutes and seconds. Not date or date time. Maybe date time is what I'm looking for. I think it counts. Maybe, I mean, it counts more than probably most people have, but I don't think it counts like, maybe I do want, what is date time compared to dates? Date time is going to be 2002, year, month. I can easily parse this into minutes and seconds, I think. How do we take an integer and turn it into minutes? Why is it so hard? Okay, so dates, months, weeks, days. I want to just specify a time. Like I want to specify minutes, and I want to figure out how many minutes are associated with, like, 3 minutes. What? It shouldn't be hard. Date. No. Dates.compound period. Let's look for that. Thank you. Compound period. Okay, dates.month, dates.week. Okay, so durations. Okay, so dates.minute, compound period, and I could also look up duration. Duration comparisons. Date. I think we were getting something with the compound period. Compound period. Okay. So we have the period, which is in64. Dates.value. For a given period, return a value associated with for that period. For example, value milliseconds 10 returns 10 as an integer. Okay. I think that's kind of what we're looking for, right? Base.floor. Date time. Oh, can I just do date floor? Dates.minute 15. Is that what I want? Let's see what happens. Dates.minute 15. So if I do dates.minute 15, what does that do? 15 minutes. Okay. Divided by 2. Of course not. Adding an error. Inexact error. Can I do divided by 3 and do integer division? That works. So I can do integer division, which means it's kind of seeing minutes and seconds as integers. Which is fine, but not exactly what I was looking for. I was hoping to be able to convert it to just a simple float. I'm kind of feeling like maybe we don't want to use a dates package anymore. I'm feeling like maybe we just convert it to a float and then we convert it back to a date. Like maybe that's just what we do. And the date is just going to be like 3:00. Like I think that's easy to do because we found where the colon is and we can just return parse float 64 of value from 1 to location of 1. I think that'll work. And then we return that, and we can plus I guess the next question, we have to divide the next one by 100. So plus parse. I think I need to do plus, and I can just pop this down to the next line. Parse here, there, paste that there, and now we're going to do parse float 64, and this is going to be location 1 to end. And actually, in fact, it might be... Does this include... Okay, that's the question. So let's do 3 minutes. And now we're going to do... Oops. String. 1 second. So we're going to say time string is going to be equal to that. And now we're going to do find first. So we're going to find the location. There. It's another error because I didn't call it a value. So we're going to have to do this, and we're going to call it... okay, try that again. Perfect. And now we're going to call this time string. One second. Why float 64? If somebody put 3.14, 2.7. I don't think... Are people inputting values? I think the values... Okay, that's a fair point. I wanted float 64 so I could easily divide by 2, for example, and then I could convert back to like 3 minutes 30 seconds or something. I mean, we're always going to have to round to the nearest 0.5 and then give like a 30-second value or something, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know, but let's just kind of I'm just going to kind of work with this first, just get something on the board, and then we can pick it apart later. Oh, it's just colon load. And then we're going to do values, just time string. And this should do, that's another error. What are we doing? We're just trying to parse, yeah, so we're creating basically a workout plan. And the idea is that we want to parse, basically there's two different input types. We have a duration for the input type, where we have like, 30 seconds to a minute or something like that. And so we want to be able to take in 30 seconds, but we also have repetitions as another input type. So for example, you could say 10 or 20 as the set of repetitions to do. And so because of that, we need to be able to take into account both repetitions and take into account the time. And so what I want to do is just get something that works. So if you say we have to do this for 3 minutes, then, we do it for 3 minutes, and that's what we do. It's going to be more complicated as you go along. And obviously, like, if we say it's just going to be 5 minutes of doing this one thing, like, we need to tell people, you can split this up any way you want. You just make sure you do 5 minutes of this one thing, Okay, so this broke, and I'm not sure exactly why. So, I want a colon location. So, colon location gives us that. And so, colon location of 1 does not work. This is going to give me an error, but I know it's going to give me an error, so I'm not going to add 1 to the push-up. No, it didn't give me an error. What do you mean it didn't give me an error? Well, now I should add a push-up because it didn't give me an error. Okay, so 1 to colon location of 1 time string from 1 to 2. Yeah. Yeah, what? Colon location of 1. That, what? Okay, that worked as well. I must have screwed something up. Oh, I see, I screwed this up. I see, that's what I screwed up. Okay, so we want to add that there, and then we want to do -1 here, and then that should be what I want to do. Okay, so let's go and write that, and let's see what happens if we include, and we're going to do source. Okay, try that again. 1 second, I suck. Source, and then we're going to do selection.jl. Okay, that's another error. Value not defined. Value is not defined because it's going to be on line 1. What? Value is of type string. Okay, if value is of type string... Oh, sepa.q.da. Thank you so much for the push-up. So that's another push-up. We're now at 9. Okay, so value not defined. I don't understand. It's on the first line. I'm stupid. There we go. Try that again. Include. Okay. Another error. Let's keep going. End here. Include. Another error. Are you kidding me? Oh, there's 3 push-ups in a matter of like not even a minute. Okay. On line 6. Okay. If that's not equal to nothing, we return. We need to divide this by 100. But that should work. Oh, no. I'm missing a there. And I'm missing that there, I think. That parses that. This is float 64. And that should work. Okay. So, we only added 3 push-ups from that, but we're still doing okay. So, now we're going to have to do... we should be able to convert to float, and we should be able to provide 2 values. So, convert to float, and we're going to read in 10. I'm hoping this works. It doesn't work. Add another error. Colon location is equal to nothing. But what I don't understand is in C++ it's normal to have 10k errors just because of one minor typo. Right, so I was going to add like 4, like for example, we have 4 errors here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I was going to add 4 every time, but I think adding 1 every time you get an error and like basically 1 per fix, I think. Every time you have to go back and fix the code is my philosophy here. I think we're going to have to do like 30 push-ups at the end of this. So why is, if colon location is not equal to nothing, but colon location should be equal to nothing, because the value is just 10. Jeff, thanks so much for another push-up. Okay, so colon location is not defined. So we're going to do selection is 4. It's going to be on line 4. So why are we even going into line 4? We shouldn't be, because colon location should be equal to nothing, and then we should just parse it as float 64. So what am I going to do next? So what I'm going to do next is say, let me just mess around. Let's just do colon location here, there, and let's just do of 10. And that should be nothing. Type of colon location. Am I dumb? Don't answer that. I know the answer to that. Don't answer that. I know it. Just stop it. No one even said anything in chat. But I know. So if colon location is not equal to nothing, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to comment this out for now, just so I don't accrue another error. And I'm going to say print line type of colon location. Okay, try that again. Include, convert to float, nothing. It is of type nothing. Okay. If colon location is not equal to... I'm stupid. Thank you for noticing. Just don't... Type of... Okay, include again. Now we're going to do convert to float 10. Dang it. Okay, so we have convert to float. None of the matching float 64 string. Does that not work? Parse. Float 64. I think I'm stupid. I think it's this. Yeah, why was I putting these guys in there? Why am I dumb? Try it again. Include. Convert to float 10. Okay, that worked. Now let's do convert to float 3 minutes. Perfect. Okay. Add another one for that error. Wonderful. We're at 14 push-ups. Oh, this is going to be a pain. So let's see. We have done arm exercises. We've done ab exercises. So next up, we'll probably do leg exercises. So I'll do the push-ups in combination with probably calf raises is probably the next one. I feel like a lot of people ignore their calves, but it's good. You should definitely work out your calves. Also, like, you know, why over 100 shouldn't be over 60. You are right. It should be over 60. Thank you, Even Eeg, for the push-up. Yeah, it should be over 60. Correct. Okay. So now we need to convert to time. So we're going to have an opposite function here. Function convert to time. Again, we're just going to try to get something on the board. Value of type float 64. And this one should be a little bit easier, I think. I just added the timer. Before, I had a limit where it's like you can only do 20 per hour. But then I was just like, let's just make it so it's only 1 every 3 minutes, because that's the same as 20 per hour. And it makes people have to be more on top of things anyway. So that it's probably an advantage to do that, you know? How are you doing, by the way? By the way, how is everyone doing? A lot of people, you know, haven't been on stream in a long time because it has been a long time since I've been streaming regularly. Yesterday I streamed, today I streamed, but it's been a while since I've been doing regular streaming content. So, you know, like, I'm hoping everyone's doing fine. I hope you are having a great day, you know, night, afternoon, morning, whatever time it happens to be your time. And yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream content, just do let me know. Again, I'm trying some different things with not only the stream, but also with the YouTube channel and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just trying to see what sticks this year. I'm really hoping that at the end of the year, I'm able to be basically financially viable, like keep myself afloat financially with basically YouTube, Twitch, algorithm archive, and stuff like that. I'm kind of able to do that right now, but it's not at the scale where I feel comfortable with it. So, hey GD, how are you? Shitoria pu. Na. でないでくれ。あ、ちょっと待って、すみません。Google Translate. Paste this in here. Put in the re at the end. Re. So. Don't forget to sit up. I am indeed sitting up. I always enjoy the content because I enjoy you. Thanks. Appreciate that. I enjoy you guys being here as well. I'm doing good. Finished my master's. What a relief. Saw your Easter video on YouTube. It was interesting. I'm glad you liked it. The Easter video was actually something, look, we spent a long time, like over 200 hours trying to figure out Gauss's undocumented code. So, so. The one thing I know about Japanese is that they say so a lot. Like in general, like if I just want to sound Japanese, I'm like, oh, so. Oh, so. And like it works for the most part. Okay, so convert to time, take into float 64, convert that back to a string that is 3 minutes. So this should be easy. Return, bup. So. I have no idea what's being said, but so. Convert float to string. I just got accepted. Oh, super cool. I'm happy to hear that. What university? Oh, actually, wait, don't answer that unless you feel comfortable, but know that it would be doxing yourself. So like maybe that's not the best thing to say. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. String rand. Okay, great. So it's going to be string 61. So we want to do string monstrous university. So we're going to do string. It's going to be a float. It's going to be a float, but we want to, I'm from Brazil, University of Sao Paulo. Oh, cool. Sounds fun. I hope you enjoy your time there. We're a goat. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful day. But yeah, congratulations on the university. Okay. So we have convert to float. Now we have convert to time, and it's going to take us, it's just going to be string, and then we're going to have to concatenate that with something else. So it should be string of something, concatenate with string of something else. Okay, so now we have to figure out what the something else's are, and that's where we're at. What the type of entry is it a string? What's the type of, it should just be a string. I just got kicked out of university. Oh, sorry to hear that. But it also happens. One of my friends actually got kicked out of university. Turns out they were playing way too many video games. And look, I know a lot of people like to say that video games are not harmful, but I'm telling you, I have never seen anybody like have to leave college because of a drug addiction. I've seen multiple people have to leave college due to video game addiction. I know people are saying, video games are totally healthy, and they are in moderation, but like, my point is saying that my friend did leave university because he was like dangerously addicted to video games, but you know what he did? After that, took a step back, learned programming, went back to get a degree in computer science, doing fantastically. I am very overly simplifying his situation. Addicted to video games doesn't actually cut it. But my point is that, like, I know people who were kicked out of college, and then they did a wonderful time getting back, and like, they're now super cool, and they're doing like really awesome things. So like, even if something happens and you end up not being able to complete your undergraduate, it's not the end of the road. You have so much more like in front of you. It's like, it's your life. Live it how you want it. I just kicked a university. Does that count? I'm sorry. You must have just had a really rough exam. Definitely after a few physics exams, I would do that. Games are powerful, but can be used for good or bad. I agree with that. I think a lot of people use games to escape from their current reality, and using anything as a form of escapism, I believe, is a bad way to cope with your current situation. Personal opinion, of course, but I think you shouldn't be using things to escape. You should be using things to enhance your current life. And his friend grew up to be Bill Gates. That's not true. So that's why I play The Sims all the time. Oh man, The Sims is like the most unrealistic game ever. Like, that's not the most unrealistic game. Then everyone clapped. Wait, no, this is a true story. What end result do you want to have? I am literally just taking, so right now I have the ability, so for example, I have core sets here, and it's plank crunches, bicycle crunches, all this kind of stuff. I'm going to read one row of this into this set of exercises here, and then I'm going to select the number of reps. So if they have a difficulty of 5, I'm then going to just say, okay, well, we started with 30 seconds, we went to 5 minutes, so I'm just going to convert that to a float, and then I'm going to figure out what difficulty it is, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to tell you the number of reps or the amount of time that you should be doing this exercise in the span of 5 minutes, right? So like, let's just finish developing the life, just finished developing a life sim game. Oh, super cool. Sounds fun. Feel free to post a link if you want. Okay, so convert to string. What am I going to do? I think I'm going to just, but I kind of want to make it so, I mean, these are floats, which isn't particularly great. If you take 3 minutes, what do you want to turn it into? That should just be 3.0. So if it was 3 minutes and 30 seconds, that should be 3.5. Like just basically convert to what you would expect it to be. Like we're not getting crazy about this. So now we should do. So that reminds me, this should be. I'm going to do stream paperwork today, but I do not have a link to the page yet. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, if you wanted to post a link, like we're totally, specifically people who chat a lot, like there's no problem with self-advertising. If people are here a lot, like why not? I am more than happy to help people who are like active and engaging and stuff like that. Okay, so what am I doing with my life? 1 second. So we divided by 60. And when we divided by 60, that was correct. So here we're going to have to multiply by 60. And then we're going to have to concatenate this with the following. I think. That. And then it's going to be the second part of the string, which is going to be I just need the decimal part. So I need the integer part, and then I need the decimal part. So the integer part is going to be easy. It's just floor of value. And that should be fine. Let's make sure this works. String of 10 gives you, string of 10 gives you 10. I added another error. I'm going to do stream of trailer though. Oh, cool. Let's go here, paste. I won't have the sound on, but I'll flip through it. Wait a minute, what? Was that? Did you just start with a picture of Jesus? That's amazing. Okay, it looks really cool. So what's the point of the game? Like, are you okay, it's a Sims game, right? So you have all these different things. Yes, awesome, really. Like, really good job. I'm kind of flipping through, but yeah, it looks really cool. Keep up the good work, I guess. I'm gonna give it a like. I'm sorry, I know it sounds like, I don't know what else to say, but I think it's really cool when people make stuff like that. Like, I have no talent for making games at all. I might go back to making my terminal game, but that's about as far as I go. I can't do graphics at all. You collect smiley, basically. Oh, that actually sounds kind of fun. I think that's quite cool. Okay, so how do we get just the decimal part of a, how do you get just the decimal part? So if you get 10, like 10.5, how do I grab just the 0.5? Obviously you can grab the 10 by just flooring it. Totally fine. The 0.5 you're gonna get by R split exists 10.5. Oh no. Why did I just do it? Mod 1. Yeah, mod 1. That sounds great. So 10.5 mod 1. Wonderful. That's easy. So now we're going to do value mod 1. Perfect. It has to be a string though after. It's fine. This will work. This will work just fine. So let's go ahead and include. Bam, look at that. Okay, so now we have convert to float. So we should be able to do convert to float, and we should be able to just do, I don't know, 3 minutes, and we'll do 59 seconds just to see if it works. Sure. Now we're going to do convert to time, and let's read in this float. Okay. 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Right. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Push-up +1. I'm adding another push-up to the counter. We're now at 19 push-ups. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do another set of 20 push-ups, but it looks like you guys really like me doing push-ups, which is fine. I don't mind. Like, it's fine. Push-ups are fine. Okay. So we got the right numbers, 3 minutes 59, but we do not have the right values. So I'm going to have to convert this to an integer after that is done. I think there is a, so we want a floor. Can I do floor and then int? Floor int 10.1. Yeah. Okay. And now over here we want value mod 1 and then times 60. And what I want to do is turn that into a float. So I think if I just do, I'm just going to do convert to int and then do that. And that should work. So now we're going to do include convert to time, 3 minutes, 59 seconds. Perfect. So now we have the ability to go from a time string to a float, and then from a float to a time string. Now we have the ability to scale for our select reps. I think we can do that in the next, 5 to 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure we can. So we know what the difficulty is. We know what the low Q, the high Q is. So what we're going to do is just pop in here. I need to think about this a bit. Okay, let's just do it, right? I'm not gonna fuss about it. Core sets. Okay, so we should be able to do, actually, let's just do include one more time, and now let's do core sets equals data frame CSV. Perfect. And so now I'm gonna say difficulty is gonna be equal to, I should do exercise of difficulty. Okay, and now we're going to do the same for reps 0 and reps 10. Reps 0 is going to be equal to exercise of, I think this is how you do it. I might have to reps, let me check this really quick just to make sure I'm doing this right. Which data structure do you use for storing your push-ups? I'm not really using any data structure. Maybe I should be. It's called core sets. That's another push-up. I see. All right, that's 2. That's 2. Just don't. That's 3. Oh, I see. Because I specifically need 1, then rep 0. 1, 2, 3. I'm at 22. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I'm dumb, but since these are individual rows, that should be fine. I have over 20 this time. Okay. Yank paste, add a 1 here. So we have reps for 10 difficulty, rep for 0 difficulty. We have their individual difficulty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, actually what I want to do is go ahead and convert these guys to floats now. So we're going to do convert to float here and then there and convert to float here. Okay, so this will already convert them to floats, and then we just have to scale them, and then return what we want. Should be fine. So we're going to do reps 0, reps 10, so it should be somewhere between 0 and 10. We have a floating point value that we can work with here. So what am I going to do? I'm going to basically say, I've 8 minutes. I can do this. I need to think about this. It will be rep 0, reps, so the final value is going to be equal to reps 0 as the minimum plus reps 10 minus rep 0 times, and then it should be difficulty over 10. So difficulty over 10. Yeah, that should do it. And then we just return the value. But we need to return either an integer or a range or a time. So how are we going to do this? So what we need to do then, I'm going to say the following. If exercise, we'll do the same thing I did up there. I don't think this is the best idea, but it'll work. And then we'll iterate on it from there. So here we are, switching, determining whether set is in reps or duration. And we're just going to do kind of the same thing down here. So yank to yank, yank to yank. Paste it down here. And the colon location will be specifically of exercise of reps 0. Reps 0. Something like that should do. And then what we have, so we have the colon location, and then we basically have to say, if it exists, then, you know, if type of colon location is not equal to nothing, and then we have an else. Okay, so if it is not equal to nothing, that means there is a colon, so there should be a duration. So here we're going to return convert to time for the value. All right, and then down here what we're going to do is we're going to say return string of floor of int of value. And I think if I have all my ducks in a row, this should work. Okay, let's see what happens. So we have core set here. And so what I want to do is core sets of 1 colon, and this will grab just plank. And I'm going to see what happens if we read this row into our select reps. So we're going to do select reps of core sets of 1 colon. Come on, please don't break. 2 minutes, 45 seconds. That sounds right. So now the next one we're going to do crunches. 115 crunches. Again, sounds right. Have it working. Wonderful. Okay, and I think this is actually, I don't know, maybe a good place to stop for today, adding another push-up for M40. So we'll do the push-ups and stuff. We are going to do, I think, calf raises, because I haven't done those yet today, and I enjoy doing calf raises. And I think that'll be a good place to stop for the day. Because we have the ability, we've kind of figured out our data structures. We have the ability to select reps. Now we have to do is select the set. No, again, I think this determining of whether the set is in reps or duration, I think that could be done in a better way. So cd backer directory, and let me just go into vi readme. And I'm also going to say finicky things to think about. And the first one is that determining whether set is in reps or duration is a bit weird for what was it, select reps. I'm gonna write that down. I mean, like, we know we need to fix that, but I think you do floor directly on time. We might be able to. So that's another question I'm actually gonna put here is can we just use time? I guess I'm gonna do this. 1 second. Come on. There we go. Oh, nope, that didn't work. That's what I want. Directly. Okay, good questions to ask. I don't really know the answers to them. Let's go ahead and write and quit there. And we did move forward a little bit, so let's go ahead and do ls get status dot get add dot get commit dash m. Nope, I'm gonna do one more thing. Vi source and then swol laos include. Where is this including from? I think it's fine if I just do selection.jl. I think that's fine. So now if I go over here, control D, use right, and then we do Julia double dash project, And then we do using Swaleos. This should, oh no, I just don't, it's because I'm not using data frames. Is there anything else I need? Do I need using dates? See you, Professor. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good evening. And yeah, I think we'll do the next exercise. We'll talk about what we're going to do after that. And then we'll kind of close for the day. I've heard it's been a 5-hour stream. Actually, again, it has not felt like 5 hours. Like, this stream has gone by remarkably fast. And I definitely say it's going by this fast specifically because of the 5-minute exercise we do every hour. I love those so much. Like, honestly, like, my motivation is just like it's getting really, really good. Like, I took some time off, from streaming because I was really burnt out. And like, these streams have been amazing, honestly. Okay, so let's go ahead and Control D. Up, and now we're gonna do using Swaleos. Please, just work for me. Just once, just work. There we go. Okay. I have 24 push-ups to do. All right, get status. All right, get add dot get commit -m adding ability to select repetitions. Next, select exercise. All right. 174 insertions. That sounds like we did stuff, but I'm pretty sure it's all in the manifest. I'm pretty sure that's where it is. Yeah. So, no, what? Oh, I don't know where these insertions are, but it sounds like we did stuff. All right. So git push origin master. I'm just keeping a dirty master this time, guys. I don't care. I mean, again, we're probably not going to look back on this later. Okay, so it is now time to move on to the exercising part of the stream. We're going to do some calf raises, and then we're going to do 24 push-ups, apparently. Because between me being bad at programming and you guys just having some way to use your channel points, that's just what we landed on. So 24 push-ups, which puts me at, what, 75 push-ups per stream? Like, look, I don't do push-ups. But, like, I've been doing a lot of them. We'll get swole one day or another. So let me go here. I'm gonna set everything up. We're gonna do the set, and then we'll go from there. Again, calf raises will be the exercise for now. And we'll just see how it goes. So yeah, I'm still streaming. It's been good. I actually really enjoy it. You're gonna get ripped? Oh boy, you haven't seen me without my shirt on. You don't know how ripped I already am. The answer is I'm actually not ripped, but like maybe one day. Okay, I need to set everything up. So let me go ahead, turn this off, go over here. Turn this on, bump up the music just a little bit. There we go. And yeah, get ready to go. Oh, I'm gonna actually up the music on my side as well. This is weird. Oh. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Okay, grabbing the microphone. Drop it down here. And workout mode. Alright, I'm gonna drop this over here. And let's see what we do. So again, you guys made me do 24 push-ups, which is way more push-ups than I was anticipating. But that's okay, I don't mind. But I think, look, I don't think again, I mentioned this before, but I kind of suck at push-ups. So what I'm probably going to do is 2 sets of 12 push-ups instead of 24 push-ups straight. But I might, in the middle of push-upping, feel like, I have so much strength, and I might just go for it. But we'll see. I hate push-ups. So let's just go. Okay. We're going 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh gosh. I want to take a break, but I should just keep going. 12 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whew. Okay, 6 more. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oh, okay, there you go. That was your 24 push-ups. Whew. I need to take just a second. Thanks, Evening. Appreciate that. All right, take a second, and then we're going to move on to the next exercises, which I think we'll do calf raises for now. So we'll do, I don't know, 3 sets of 50 calf raises or something like that. Linux, thanks for redeeming the push-up. We're probably going to do that next stream. I think I'm done with streaming for now. So let me pull up the microphone. And again, we'll do calf raises next, I think. Oh. Now, I don't think this is going to be particularly good for people to watch on stream. So I think I need to position myself so you can see me. Well, maybe I move the monitor a bit. There you go. Okay. So now you should be able to see me if I stand here. And should I just like... I'm not sure how to do this, honestly. But I'll just start doing calf raises. Maybe here, so you can see the calves. Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it. And I'll just have the chat. I guess over here? I don't know. We'll figure this out. I'm just going to do 3 sets of 50 calf raises. And I'm going to do it this way so that I have a little bit of an incline. Okay, when you're ready, I'll go in 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, so the thing about calf raises is they actually get really, really bad after doing them for, like, I don't know, 50 of them. So that's 10, and so far it's fine. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, again, still totally fine. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now they're starting to hurt. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 8, 29, 30, getting hard. 31, 32, 33, 34. So anyway, yeah, this is where they get tough. That's 40. I can't keep up with chat as well. Ah. And I think that was 50. Let me hold chat in my hand over here so I can hear everything. I should get a green screen and put an inside of the gym in the background image. I could definitely do that. The thing is, because I'm moving soon, I don't really want to buy so much more stuff for stream. So let's see, that took us about... it's been about 1 minute, 15 seconds. So I'll go again on the bottom, which is in about 15 seconds. Hey, Folster, how are you? How are your calves? I know you said you really like calf raises, so... All right, 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, starting now. 4, 5. But no, Folster did say he really likes calf raises. It's 10. He said it was like one of the exercises he does every day. I think that was 20. I might be on 19. I'll add one. It's 22. But yeah, I really do actually like these exercise streams. I think they're quite fun. I think that was 30. I suck at counting. Man, was I always this bad at counting? Jeez. Oh, my calves are dead. Okay. Last set of 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh gosh. So let me tell you, we used to do leg day. So let's see. We'll go again on the top. So 30 seconds rest. So we used to do leg day, right? You know, leg day. You have to make sure you get those calves all toned, you know? And the problem with leg day was that the one thing that would hurt after leg day, it wasn't my quads or anything. It was my calves. My calves just killed me every time. Right, 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Last set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, 40 more. Oh gosh. 6, 8, 9, 10. All right. 1, 2, 3. I weigh a lot, though, so they get stressed. Oh, that's fair too. My other friend that I worked out with was a little bit heavier than I was. So I figure he was probably feeling the burn more than I was. I think that was 40. Or am I bad at counting? I'll do an extra 10. Because I'm bad at counting. Yeah, so I'll do an extra 10. And I'll count that as 50. I think that was 50, but I suck at counting. But yeah, like I was saying with leg day and everything, like, again, you know, you do squats, you do lunges, you do everything, you know, during leg day. You do weighted squats as well, so you get like some sort of max and everything. But the one thing that got me was calf raises. Like after doing calf raises, holy cow, my calves are dead, and it's insane. This one exercise is just like, I think it works okay. I mean, I've got decent calves, I guess. It doesn't really matter though. Okay, so let me go back to the regularly scheduled programming, and we'll probably close up stream for now, and then we'll move back, and we'll come back tomorrow to finish up the rest of the exercise program. Move this down here. 1 second. And yeah, so I'll be back in just a second. Oh, let me change the music. Move this back over here. Okay. Move back down. And I should be... Am I in the middle of the screen? Yeah, looks fine. Okay, so push-ups. I believe, let's see. Master 2500 redeemed a push-up. And also Linux redeemed a push-up. So let's go ahead and set it to 0 and add 2. Boring math professor raid? Who's boring math professor? Should I know them? I feel like I should know them. You know who have really impressive calves? UPS drivers? Oh, I'm sure. I'm 100% sure. So are they on Twitch right now? Let's see. I guess we search for boring math professor. Ah, here we are. Yeah, let's do it. Sounds fun. Sure, why not? We can raid boring math professor. That sounds good. It is currently, yeah, it's fine. Let me also go to, it's fine. We'll figure it out. Before I close stream, I do want to say a few things, just to kind of wrap things up. Again, so tomorrow, I think we could probably finish everything we need for our fitness app. Tomorrow we have the push-up counter. So today we actually got a lot done. It doesn't seem like we got a lot done, but I think we did. There's a lot of just kind of like, you know, worry work, like little stuff that we have to, little things that we have to do, like the push-up counter we did in the first hour, and trying to figure out exactly how we're gonna, you know, have all the exercises in there, and all this kind of stuff. So the two things we have left to do is, one, populate all of the exercises with everything that we need to put in there, and the other thing that we need to do is basically fix the how do I put this? Fix the code so it selects exercises correctly. So once we select exercises and have an appropriate exercise set, I'm happy to say that this project is mostly done for now. I know there's probably more that we could do, but I kind of want to just wrap it up and say, hey, it works for me. We'll do maybe a quick video on it and go from there. Non-Dairy Neutrino, this was fun. I didn't realize how much I missed your streams. Honestly, I didn't realize how much I missed streaming. I was super burnt out at the end of, or at the start of 2020. And I just kind of like, I just couldn't. It's been a long time since I felt like motivated and like able to do these types of streams, you know? And so I'm actually really happy that I'm back and that I'm more motivated than ever. And sure, if that means that I have to do like a 5-minute exercise every hour just to kind of keep my energy levels up, I think that's a fair price to pay. Honestly, I think it's something that people will, it's just a quirk of the stream, I think, is the way I see it. But yeah, I'm really happy to be back. I'm happy that we're almost finished with our fitness app and we can move back onto the fractal flame method. Actually, really excited for that one. I'm excited for so many things now. Like, honestly, since I've been working on my content, you know, you get kind of burnt out of that as well. But it's just because the burnout from, you know, from my previous job and working in academia for 5 years and all this kind of stuff just kind of followed me. And now I just feel like I'm kind of free of that for the first time in a long time. And I feel like really motivated to just keep going. And I don't really have any other way to express that other than saying, yeah, thanks for, continuing to watch, even though like I know that I was kind of down for a few months and I didn't even stream for a few months, but I'm happy everyone's back. I'm happy most people seem to be enjoying the stream. Again, if you do like my content, and I'm just going to say this, I know it's a bit of a shill, but if you do like my content, whether that be on YouTube or Twitch or Algorithm Archive or whatever, if you could just like let me know or maybe share it with people and see if they like it as well, that really does go a long way. Because I'm just trying to, again, I'm trying to make it work this year. This is my gamble year. If I can get my online content to be something that can sustain me full time, that's my goal. That's my goal by the end of 2021. I realize we're 3 months in and I'm nowhere near that goal. But maybe I give myself until March 2022. But something like that. In fact, I think I'll give myself until April 2022 because that big mystery project will be coming out in April 2022. Maybe May, but I'll give myself until that project. If that project fails, I'll give up. But I do kind of want to see what I can do until then. So expect some streams. Again, I think the 4 to 5 hour streams, I can actually go longer, but I'm very cognizant of the fact that it's a good place to wrap up and we should go from here. Again, guys, if you have anything else you want to say, feel free to hop on Discord. Here, Discord. Oh, I misspelled Discord. That's not an error. I'm not adding push-up for that one. All right, there we go. So I feel free to check us out on Discord. And that is it for today. So thanks again, guys. Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. I will go ahead and start the raid on Boring Math Professor because that was requested. And let me just go ahead and open up my own stream, Twitch. I think if I go to open stream, there we go. And I do the raid on Boring Math Professor. The people demand a single push-up. I've done like 80 push-ups this stream, So let's go ahead and do the raid on Boring. Was it just Boring Math Professor? Sure, let's try it. Perfect. Okay, guys, thanks again for coming in. Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. And I will see you guys around next time for the next episode of Simuleos. I'm probably going to start around 2 o'clock p.m. again, and we'll just see where it goes. On Friday, I can't stream at 2. We'll figure out what the stream times are. Whatever. We don't know it yet, but I'll be streaming for some length of time tomorrow at some point. So, see you then. Bye, guys.